himself a crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover. It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Forgot that was my cue.
It is indeed.
Hi, everybody.
Hello.
It's the crossovers.
Wow.
Oh, my God. Is that John's? Are you not on?
Nope. Now I am. Don't give me that look, Nick. That is your job and responsibility. Do not give me that look.
I am back.
I can't turn myself up over there. John, can you hear us?
I can now, but now I've got dogs losing their minds, everything. This is going to be a wild show today. I can promise you that.
Are you John's twin brother, Bon Bishop? Like, what you doing? You don't look like anything like I thought you looked like. You know, you look like
It's a hair comment, John. It's a hair comment.
You look like one of the bullies in the Little Weasels. You look like the kid
What is
that like
little voice
Weasels?
I'm hearing in my head right
you
now.
look-
Nick, do you have the IFB turned on right? I'm hearing some weird
you
voice.
look like the guys that bully Alfalfa. You know,
Did you just call? What did you call the little rascals?
the Little Rascals. It's the same thing. They're weasels too.
The
They're-
little weasels.
They're weasels
The
and rascals.
Little weasels.
They're little weasels.
J-Man says John does look like a Bond villain.
Yeah, I'm expecting
Monsieur
him to
Bond.
turn around in a spinny chair with a cat.
I do have a spinny chair,
John will talk about.
but I can't spin because otherwise I'll tie myself up in my cord.
Is that a new haircut? By the way?
No, he has not put product in his hair yet.
Oh,
No,
That's
no.
that's what he says whenever he hasn't put product in his hair.
yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, you get the modern haircut though. You go
you
short
know,
on the
this is
sides,
radio,
longer
kids.
on top.
Radio. This is radio.
John doesn't
Let's-
like it
let's-
when you talk about him. Stop talking about it.
What?
No, I'm just saying he doesn't like it when anyone compliments or comments on his
Yeah,
appearance.
John hates when people talk about how awesome and luscious his hair
Seriously,
is.
we're always like, John, your hair is great. And he's like, ugh.
I've always been a prefer John's goatee.
Yeah, he'd rather talk about Super Bowl 36 than his hair.
You know what I think?
What
I think
happened
out
in
of
Super Bowl 36?
Rams blew up. They were 14-point favorites to the Patriots and lost.
Oh wow, that's tough. That's embarrassing.
Yeah,
I think
Well, when you spy on another team's practice and know all their plays ahead of time, it helps. And you can hold the receivers and the running backs out of the back.
Happer writes, that's how John looks. Happer, who will be driving Matt McMaster to Lincoln, Nebraska later today.
oh, you got a ride. How's your Uber?
What do we think Kevin's going to say when he sees Matt today, John?
Why are you here? Who are you?
Oh, do you know about what happened last week, Nick?
Oh,
No.
Nick wasn't here.
So,
What happened?
So Matt said that Kevin looks like him. No, he didn't say he
Not
looks like.
looks
he
like.
Said Kevin has soft hands.
Whoa.
Yeah.
That's not.
Why
an
would you say
insult.
that about
That's
somebody?
because he
there
did.
was a
That's
tone.
absolutely an insult.
I did not insult him. I
If you
said
go to a man and be
I
like, your hands
believe-
are soft,
I
no
was
one will like
impressed
that.
with how much the man moisturizes.
The exact.
He's got
thing
great
that
skin. I
happened
would love
was
to have Kugler
Dig that
skin.
hole.
Matt was shaking hands with Josh because they were happy that there was a preseason game on last week that Matt famously bet the under on, and the over hit by like a lot.
That
It doubled,
explains
actually.
the email that I got
And,
the other
and
day.
he said, "Man, you have soft hands. The only softer hands I've ever shaken hands with is Kevin Kugler."
Whoa.
Yep.
We shook hands at the Big Ten tournament, and I was blown away. I was like, "Wow, that
Never
man,
shake hands
That
again.
man has moisturizes
Ooh,
incredibly."
good question from Happer. Is this a suit situation? I believe when I went to the Hall of Fame for Neil, I wore like slacks, but a suit jacket.
I
Like
had.
I did not wear a full suit.
So I didn't end up staying
there's
because
no full suiting here.
I didn't end up staying because I was under the weather, and that was shortly after COVID, so I wasn't trying to infect everybody.
Classic.
But I did have a black button-up and a tie that I wore.
I mean, Kevin's not dead that we know of, so
No.
I don't think he warrants a tie.
He doesn't warrant a tie.
He doesn't warrant a tie.
This is
Kevin
like
only
Tom
warrants a tie
Osborne
when
in
he
the
dies?
84 Orange
Wow.
Bowl. We do not play for ties.
Nice.
Wow.
Excellent.
Anyway.
John only gives flowers to his friends for their funeral. That's sad.
That is pretty wild.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, have you been outside? It's like bazillion degrees. I am not wearing a tie.
I am wearing jeans and then but nice black jeans.
And you're going to bring a bunch of
I ha-
lotion for Kevin,
I
right?
have nice black jeans, and then I'm gonna wear a button up, nice thing.
shirt?
A button up shirt with a
What
collar.
are they called again?
A
and
button-up thing that goes over your torso.
Yeah, and then in your chest, and then I'm gonna wear a suit coat. Nice little blazer.
Jeans.
They're nice slick jeans, that look like
Happer
nicer
writes
pants.
jeans?
They're not like denim jeans. They're like slacks. They're pants.
cargo pants.
Okay, so they're not jeans then.
Well, they're technically
Listen, and
jeans, but they're not like denim.
What color are they?
He said black. He
They're
said
black.
black 100 times.
Are they like
But this
chinos?
isn't this is not an issue that Connor's worried about the dress code for the event. He has a dress code for his car.
Yes. There's a multitude of reasons as to why Happer is driving me. It's costing Happer $0, by the way, to drive me there, other than he just has we have to sit in a car together, which should be interesting.
I've ridden in his
Happer and
car. We had a great time in his car. We talked about his radio. Oh, yeah. He took me home from the Phoenix one time. We had many conversations about things on the radio. We were just chopping it up about how that was like fresh off of their show starting. Like, hey, how's it going? And he was telling me about something that Joey did that was really funny. And so we laughed about that and talked about how cool his car is. And then I was home.
Yeah.
It was like 10 minutes.
I've driven home in Connor's car before, but only like 5 minutes.
Poll question: have you driven home in Connor's car?
There's a couple. Yeah, go ahead.
Reason why we're carpooling. I mean, you were begging Josh last week, and now somehow you've swindled Connor.
There is a couple of reasons. There's a couple of reasons. Number one,
can I guess?
Go ahead.
You want to drink?
Well,
you want to get trashed?
There we go. I'm not.
Nailed it, Nick.
You want to get trashed and embarrass yourself in front of Kevin Moore?
Stop it.
Or is it that Kevin's going to punch you out, and you'll have to be called home?
Excellent idea.
I do not want to get trashed. I obviously will have a libation or two, and I'm very, I don't even like having one and driving home.
A few small beers.
Secondly, my car is a gas guzzler, and when I drive my parents, because they're the one that bought it, John. All right.
Silver spoon.
BMW is a gas guzzler.
So it's a quarter of a tank, okay, to drive from Lincoln to Omaha.
Yeah.
Which, when I'm buying premium gas in this economy, okay, is a good like $30.
Yeah,
okay.
Thanks a lot, Trump.
So I'm going to spend, anywhere from 30 to 35 on gas, right? Driving to
Kevin's
Lincoln.
not worth $35.
And so it's like, my Ubers, if I can, I'll just spend $40 on Ubers to Connor and back, because that's what it costs. It costs about $20 to go from where I'm at to where
Wait,
Connor
you're
is.
Ubering all the way to Happer's house?
It's only $20. I'm telling you right now.
No, I thought that you would do a meet in the middle situation.
I'm gonna Uber there. I'm gonna be at Connor's
You
house.
can spend the night there.
Wouldn't meeting in the middle basically just be here?
I'm not going to put on Connor, hey, I'm spending the night at your house.
You guys are gonna get back late tonight.
It's fine.
Yeah.
I'll Uber back.
He'll say we have a guest room already made up for you.
No.
Okay. Yeah, he offered already? Dude, I would absolutely take that.
Yeah.
If Happer offered for me to sleep over, he did not offer for me to sleep
over at Happer.
He offered
I'd crash at Happer.
He offered a halfway, like where I drive my car here, then he drives me back, then I drive.
Oh, he says he offered to halfway it.
Yeah, he offered a halfway. He didn't offer me to stay
because
there.
that's originally, Nick, what we were going to do. I was going to go. I was unable to make it work. I was going to say let's meet at West Roads or somewhere thereabouts, and then we head out to Lincoln, because that's kind of halfway. Or it's at the very least, it's right off the interstate.
Right.
Look, I'm Ubering to Happer's. Happer's going to drive me there. He's driving back to his Happer's.
Happer.
I'm going to Uber back. It's all
You'll
good.
have a
I'm
great
willing
time.
to do this.
You'll have a great time.
This is all I'm willing to do. My car's a
I'm
gas
sad that I'm
guzzler.
missing out on the camaraderie.
My
Yeah,
car,
me too.
My car guzzles gas and has a slight cylinder problem. So
A slight cylinder problem.
yeah.
So you don't want a slight cylinder.
It's only slight.
No, you don't.
It's a tiny baby
tiny
cylinder
Tiny
problem.
baby cylinder problem. That we have other things to
Okay.
pay off before we do that.
Yeah.
So I'm being very limited.
Okay.
But I want to go tonight. I want to
Yeah.
go to this event, and I'm willing to spend the money on the Uber to
Okay.
go.
Awesome.
That's what I'm willing to do.
I hope you have a great time.
Thank you.
I'm looking forward to hearing about it.
I can't wait to hear about it.
Also, can't wait to hear about what your thoughts are. Is this
Look
what's
at
for
this.
lunch?
Yeah, what's in the lunch bag?
See, I don't know. I'm not like I
You
don't
know.
I might have it tomorrow. Is
You
what
might
I'm
have it
thinking.
tomorrow.
This is my lasagna soup that Riss made for me.
So he was complimenting it yesterday.
Mhm.
He said,
Damn,
"Whoa!"
he's getting free rides and
I
now
know.
free meals.
And so
I didn't even get it this good.
I sent him a photo last night, and he was like, "Oh my God, it's got ricotta." And then he sent a GIF from American Psycho,
Yeah,
which
where's
he
the-
also tweeted at me with as well, a different one.
It's
You
the
put peanut butter in the soup?
no, it's the GIF where he's looking at the card, and he's like, "Oh my God, it's got a watermark," and then he drops it. But it was like, look, it's got ricotta.
And so
Look at that ricotta. Are you kidding me? Let me tell you what, man. I haven't seen this good looking ricotta in quite some time. This ricotta reminds me of Maggiano's back in 1988. Maggiano's is a historic Chicago restaurant. Al Capone used to eat at Maggiano's, man. Look at this ricotta from Riss Peterson, man.
So I showed
Knock
her.
on wood if you're with me, man.
I showed her the photo or the response, and she said, "You know what? Let's put aside some of the leftovers for Matt tomorrow, and so you can bring it to him." And so here it is.
Give Matt some scraps.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, there's a tornado in Chicago.
Well, that's not good.
No.
Wow,
Is your house okay?
Okay.
No,
Well,
if
if
it's in
it's in
Chicago,
Skokie,
it'll be
it's-
fine. Beat it to
that's
the
right.
punch, you losers.
Damn it.
Screw you guys. you
The
suck.
the good news is that the average Chicagoan is so small, the tornadoes got to miss them.
Oh yeah, you're a bunch of tiny babies. Over
Yeah,
in
I have
Chicago.
I have a Chicago-sized cylinder problem, is what
Nice.
somebody said.
A
The average Chicagoan just hides inside of a tomato can, and then they should be safe.
Sean writes, free Mercedes, free ride, free soup, hashtag Matt McFreebie.
So you call me whatever the hell you want, brother. I don't really
Brother.
care. You want to get mad at me
Oh,
for
no.
having
Call
some
me
nice
the N-word,
benefits.
brother.
I did not say that, brother.
No, that's what Hulk Hogan would have said when he was
Yeah.
still
No, he did not
alive.
want to get called that. He just wanted to
Oh,
say it.
Yeah, no, if you called him that, he'd probably kill you.
Hi, Mom. Is everything okay?
Oh, that's very nice.
That
of
is
you.
very nice.
That's very nice. Of you.
My
It's going to be
sources.
pretty awkward for
My
you when you get a
sources?
text
My-
back from the people at the hospital saying no.
Jeez, thanks,
Jeez,
John. John, that is so
Holy
rude.
crap.
Well, you
You
should be
joke
check-
about
you
my
should do a better
elderly
job of
parents.
checking
So-
in on your family.
My sources are telling me there is a tornado in your area.
in your
You're
era.
In your era.
texting your mom and you're saying my sources.
Yes.
Why can't you just say I heard there was a tornado in Chicago? Are you good?
Excellent question.
Why do you have to say my sources?
And then your mom will answer back, "We're in Skokie, you idiot."
My mother responded, yes. What do you know that I do not know?
Oh, yikes. Mom, look out the window. There's a tornado right now.
Is everything okay?
Yeah.
By, also, too, did tornadoes take place at 2 p.m.? I feel like most tornadoes are at night.
It's not a
Saying.
time zone situation.
I've never been in a 2 p.m. tornado.
Tornado woke up from its nap. Ah!
It's a matinee tornado performance.
That's 4 p.m. Guess it's time to be a tornado today.
Yeah, seriously.
Wow.
Tornadoes happen at 2 p.m.
I didn't know, man. This is the earliest tornado in Chicago I've ever heard of.
Mm.
Just saying, all the tornadoes I knew came past 6 p.m. J-Man goes, it's already here.
It's already here.
already.
Do we have that drop, Nick?
Somewhere. I don't remember where I put it.
Just
Everything's
make
somewhere.
sure you tell your folks don't hide out in the tool shed with all the sharp objects.
Nice. Have you ever seen Twister before?
No, but I saw the one with Glenn Powell.
Twisters.
Yes.
No.
You know, I've
Yeah,
never seen Twister.
there was 4 of them in that one.
Really, Nick?
Yeah, I've never actually
Yeah,
seen
let's see.
Twister.
No, maybe
Twister.
Movie Club.
Which is crazy because everyone's like, part of that was filmed
Yeah.
in Iowa.
I really like the character arc. I really like the character arc of the tornado in Twisters. You know, in the beginning, the tornado, he's a little selfish. He doesn't know a lot about himself. But at the end of the movie, he really matures.
I don't know. I thought it was unrealistic that the tornado showed up at 2 p.m.
It's not streaming anywhere. And yeah, indeed. They moved filming to Iowa.
Yeah.
Wow,
No, that's-
the climactic scene was shot near Eldora,
Yeah,
Iowa.
That's a thing,
Where's
growing up in
Eldora?
I don't remember. I think
Looks like
it's
it's
in
near
eastern Iowa.
Ames. No, it's in Central, pretty much right in the
Central.
Central, yeah.
It's one of those things where you grow up in Iowa. It's like Field of Dreams and Twister. Those are like, you have to watch those. I've just never
Yeah.
seen Twister.
Yeah, people do that.
And
with
you didn't watch
Chicago.
Field of Dreams until you worked here.
It's true.
Yeah, Twister's good, man. That's a fun summer popcorn flick.
My dad made me watch Fugitive because it was in Chicago.
I don't care.
It's on Thursday.
I don't care.
Apparently, Dad had to shelter at work. Hey,
Oh, yikes.
hey, brother.
So
you
it's
okay?
in actual Chicago,
yeah.
right? Because that's
Wow,
where he is.
Chicago proper.
That's where he
he's,
works.
he's in Oak Brook. Yeah.
Wow.
Hey, you all good?
You say you call
Hey,
your dad
you
bro?
all good.
No, I just said, hey, comma, you all good.
Mm.
I'm checking in on my father. I'm very worried.
My
about
sources
my
say.
father. My source in this point is my mother. That's my
Is
source
it-
that he
is
had
it
to
done?
shelter. Yeah, it's done. They're all good. It didn't hit Skokie because Skokie isn't in Chicago. But
Famously.
Dad is in Oak Brook, which is Chicago, and he's all good.
You
He's
never
chill.
do
That's
hear
Good.
about tornadoes hitting like downtowns of cities.
There's a reason why.
Is it like some kind of air effect, wind effect?
Where are they gonna land, brother?
Well, probably outside
John,
of
you
downtown.
probably know
and
this,
making its
right?
way to downtown.
There's some sort of a science behind why tornadoes don't hit cities.
They do. It's a misnomer. I mean, they have.
Okay, never mind, Nick.
Yeah,
but it's just, you know, I mean, yeah, it doesn't happen very often. Like Nashville, Atlanta, famously. Do you remember? Gosh, what was
this recently?
Maybe 10 years ago.
Yeah,
at the
I
SEC basketball tournament.
Yes, I do. Yes,
and they were in the the Georgia Dome?
Is that when they moved the tournament to Georgia Tech? Is that when they did that because it hit the Georgia Dome?
Been.
Yeah,
it might have been.
Gosh,
but
that
yeah,
might have been
like
like 20 years ago now.
So they
15?
do. It's just, you know, it just shows you, you know, the world is a big place.
2008, John, 18 years ago. So yeah, they moved it to the Alexander Memorial Coliseum because of the tornado. God, that was crazy. I remember watching that because it was pretty empty, if I remember right. Not a whole lot of people were inside of there.
Yeah.
Yikes.
I actually touched down where my aunt is, unfortunately.
Oh, jeez.
I'll text her.
Wow. Just a lot of texts.
Well, they got to make sure they
No,
touch
I
down
agree.
in South Chicago.
I'm not being critical, man. I'm just saying.
There was one that touched down in downtown Chicago a couple of years ago, but that stuff just goes right to the lake. You know, someone asked me, they're like, if you could give Omaha anything, like you can just add something to Omaha, what would you add? I go, Lake Michigan would be a great addition to Omaha.
That's an awesome
You know?
dumb debates question. What would you add to Omaha?
Would it still be called Lake Michigan?
Just maybe Lake Nebraska, you know, or Lake Missouri.
So a big ass lake.
A big ass
Just
lake.
a
People would
big-
actually
Well,
want to go to.
famously-
Yes.
Famously, we want to flood Ashland and create a big ass lake.
Good
No,
call,
but
John.
I'm talking like, I'm not just talking about like, oh, there's a little
You'd
lake.
rather have that than mountains?
Yeah, I'm a
Mountains
lake man.
and,
That's my thing too. I don't want to just have like a nice little lake where all the 1%ers go and they all build their
Well,
houses.
that's why
there.
Lake Michigan's
like,
awesome.
like I'm talking about like a great lake, like a massive lake
That's
that
a
you
great
build.
lake.
You build industrialized things there. You build, you know.
You want to
like,
pollute the lake?
Omaha
How are
wouldn't
we
be
going to
as
get
cheap.
to Iowa?
all the lakes are polluted. You know?
Omaha wouldn't be as cheap as it is right now if we had a
That
huge
is
lake.
very true.
Great
Yeah.
point. Well, can I have my cake and eat it too? Can we still be cheap, but I have big lake?
Don't think that's possible.
What if we make what happens to all the people that live in Westo if we put Big Lake in like eastern Omaha? Are they all gonna have to move?
They would, yeah. They'd have to move to the nicer
have-
part of town.
So many man-made lakes in West Omaha. It
They do.
I hate seeing it from the airplane. I'm like, that's not real.
I run around a man-made lake almost every day.
Zerinsky?
Flanagan.
Wow.
Yeah. Zerinsky is south of me. That's in your neck of the
That is my
Even
neck of the woods.
Milwaukee has like, you know, Lake
Milwaukee
Michigan right
is on
there.
Lake Michigan.
I know. I
True.
mean, it's just like this place is so much better than Milwaukee. But
Omaha is?
1,000,000%.
Shout out to us.
Wow.
it's safe for-
Disrespecting Milwaukee.
Milwaukee ain't safe. brother.
John's a
Down-
huge fan. He loves their baseball team.
I
Downtown-
like
especially.
Milwaukee a lot.
Huge fan.
Downtown Milwaukee, you gotta be careful over there.
By the way, John, multiple people reaching out talking about the 1975 tornado that came through Omaha, 69th and Coming. People forget.
Uh-huh.
But that 69th and
That
Coming.
wasn't downtown.
Yeah, and also, like, that was the farmland basically back then. You know?
No, it was
Okay, they had a couple of businesses. They had Family Fun
couple
Center.
of businesses.
They had Crossroads.
Yeah, they
There
had
was
a,
a big school, a
they had a
giant hospital,
Valentino's buffet over there.
Bingo.
something called the Nebraska Furniture Mart. I mean,
Hey, what's
it
about
was
that?
it was a busy street. It
Have
was a
I
busy
heard?
street.
Is there a rumor on the street that Crossroads is not going to be Crossroads anymore? They're turning it into something
So
else.
it's like
now?
a fire station and police.
What on earth?
What I heard they're moving or
Remember-
changing.
Well,
it
I
to.
mean, we figure we can stick a library in the middle of the busy area of commerce.
Is
Why not
that-
a
is
fire
You know what?
station
I
and a
thought
lot-
John
and a
was
police
crazy when he was hating on that location. I drive by that library all the time.
It
And I was
looks
like,
awesome.
I have no want.
It's a
to
great
park there.
But you
library.
don't like to read, though, Matt. What would you?
Oh.
Why would you want to go to a
I'd
library?
like to drink. I'd like to.
Yeah, I
He
know
likes
you
to
would.
drink at the
yeah,
library.
Yeah, he told on himself.
I would like to read comic books at the library. What
They
are you
probably have-
looking at, Nick?
that
You're
purple
distracting
Camaro
me.
behind you. I like it.
I had a listener, Nick, send a video of the show while I was gone. John was trying to set it up, and you said, "Oh, is that a car?"
Yeah, I like cars.
Yeah, I
it
know.
was a nice
maybe,
car.
Maybe we could turn off our microphones when we want to talk to ourselves about cars.
Well, maybe other people like cars too.
I
Poll question.
Not
Do you
cars
like
too.
cars?
Cars too
Yeah,
sucks.
nobody likes cars too.
I found out my niece likes Toy Story, and so I.
So does Woods.
Thanks, bro.
Jeez, Woods.
So look what I bought. I'm not going to show it on camera, but I bought her Mr. and Mrs. Potato Head, and she just got Mr. and Mrs. Potato Head. I got a picture.
Now that's
of her
interesting.
playing
This is
with
not
it.
a critique of you, but Mr. and Mrs. Potato Head, weren't they around before?
Well before.
Yeah, Toy Story. So I wouldn't even think of them
Oh,
as
yeah,
Toy
but
Story toys.
Mr. Potato
But
Head's
they're
been around
in
for
Toy
I'm
decades.
not, again,
Story.
not being
Right.
critical. No need to be defensive.
We're not being critical.
No, it's not being critical.
Just Okay, bye, Matt. It's just interesting how times change, you know?
Again, not being
Like,
critical.
you guys can't help yourself. I buy a nice thing
It's a great
for
toy.
my niece. I
didn't
buy
say it
toys for
wasn't.
my niece. And then you, the actually boys, actually,
that's a good podcast.
Mr. and
It
Mrs.
is.
Potato Head were before Toy Story, so you didn't really buy her a Toy Story
Just
toy.
got to asking questions.
There's a game show that I watch sometimes
You
called
guys suck.
Actually, where they give a
God,
false
you
statement.
guys, jeez.
Is, I'm talking about wholesome things, and all of a sudden, in the middle of my story, Nick goes, "Oh my God, a DeLorean! Oh my God, look at the car!"
Okay, if I saw a DeLorean, I absolutely would
He might
stop
have left
everything.
And then,
for it.
and then
studio ran out to
and
take a
I'm
picture.
talking about all the nice things I do for my family, and then Peterson goes, "Well, what does this mean for Carolina's backup quarterback situation? Is Haynes King involved in this story?"
Wait, I said that?
Football nut. All right, I'm good. Ooh, I had to get that out. Should have been in the CNT chair.
Hard. Man. Where is the CNT chair, by the way?
I don't know.
Oh,
I
it's
think
behind me now. I think.
Oh, is that the
Oh, that is a CNT chair because
Yeah.
that thing looks uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Who would want to sit
Yeah.
in that monstrosity of a chair?
It
Oh,
could
if you have a CNT chair, wouldn't you want it to be comfortable though?
I feel like, but in our case, it is more we're leaning into the triggered component than the
Yeah.
C component.
You're right.
Are we saying that Lazy Boys are the new CNT chair?
I can't imagine. A lazy boy seems too big to be a CNT chair.
Yeah, but you kick your feet up, get a better angle.
Yeah, and that's too comfortable. The CNT chair needs to be uncomfortable because you're uncomfortable when you're in it.
Some
you're
people are
triggered.
not uncomfortable when they're in.
Yeah, because they're into that.
That's
sort
their
of
thing.
I'm
They're
not going to
actually
kink
the
shame.
most comfortable.
Don't
But that's the
understand
whole
it.
thing. You're not supposed to be comfortable in that situation.
Not going to be.
It's
critical.
supposed to be that fine line between pleasure and pain.
By the way, John.
Why do you know so much about the art of C?
Hey, you know what? There's a lot of people that are into this stuff, Matt.
Yeah,
We're not
Matt,
going to
yes.
kink shame if John is too. By
That's
the way,
right.
John, they're showing. They're talking about the Cowboys and the Rams practice, and they just had Devontae Adams on. He was probably on NFL Network for 10 minutes. I would say of the 5 minutes that I looked up and saw, they were showing Aaron Rodgers. And so it seems like the conversation just turned into him discussing Aaron Rodgers for half of the damn interview.
Ugh.
Hey, do you remember Aaron Rodgers?
Imagine that.
Do you think the Steelers are going to be any good this year?
Do you remember when you forced your way to play with your Fresno State quarterback in Vegas, and that went terribly?
That was so
terribly?
wow. I forgot about that.
That was so
That
bad.
was
He
awful.
forced his way to Vegas because he wanted to play with Derek Carr, just for Derek Carr to flame out
Yeah.
in the most spectacular
I-
fashion. And then he was
I
stuck
believe
there.
that's UCLA new assistant coach Derek Carr.
Is
Yeah,
he really? What
he's
is he doing
special
there?
advisor to Bob Chesney.
Special advice.
He's apparently going to have input on their plays and their scheme and whatnot.
He's basically going to be sitting over Chesney's shoulder, and when he's in the drive-thru at McDonald's, he said, "You should get the bacon on the."
You know
quarter
what?
pounder, which
That'd
he
be an
just-
incredible graphic if we put a tiny little baby Derek Carr on the shoulder of Bob Chesney.
Hmm.
He's actually like, this isn't one of those publicity stunts where you see all these guys where it's like, I'm the assistant GM of like a basketball team, and it's just a fancy way for me to like donate money. Like that's what Curry does with Davidson.
Yeah.
Right. Like
Yeah.
some of these are
I
publicity
forgot about
stunts.
that Steph
Like-
Curry works with them.
Like there's more like, well, Andrew Luck seems like he's actually making.
Well, he's the
decisions.
G- he's
He
the
is making
GM.
decisions.
He
for
is
Stanford
his power
football.
is above the
But
coach.
There are a couple players who are like that, where they have like some sort of input, but it's really just.
Well,
them
do you
giving
remember
cash.
how
this seems legit?
Do you remember how at the end of his playing career, Jim Harbaugh, while still in the NFL, was it as a quarterbacks coach? I think it was for
Oh,
what was it? San Diego, John. Like he was a quarterbacks coach
Yeah.
for a school, and I was
Or-
like, and then he was. I mean, obviously it was legit because he is now
Wow.
a head coach. Yeah, it was pretty weird.
Davis Webb is the the offensive coordinator for the Denver Broncos.
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't he just playing like not too long ago?
Dude, there's a lot of coaches that
well,
are.
David Blau now is the OC for
That-
Washington.
He is the guy that I cannot believe is already a coach.
Who's the other? Davis Mills is the other guy I'm thinking of.
Well, and then what's his name? Sean Mannion's only in his second or third year as a coach.
Friend
and
of the
he's-
Grum,
and he's
Sean
friend
Mannion.
of the Grum, now enemy of the Grum, but friend of the Grum back in
Well,
the day.
just because he coaches for the
Yeah, I hope
Philadelphia
he's
Eagles.
terrible. I hope he sucks. Wow.
Davis Webb's last game that he played was 2022. He is, I think he just turned 30.
Wow. I'm turning 30.
He's calling the plays too for
Nice.
like he's calling them. It's not Peyton who's calling them, but Sean.
Oh, that's right. Sean Payton gave up play calling. I forgot
But he-
about that.
But he compared it. He was like, when you were in driver's ed and like you have the wheel and the gas, but the teacher has the brake.
brake.
He was like, that's what this is.
Oh.
So he'll call a play or two probably at some
Hmm.
point this year. I would, you know what?
What?
All right, long-term take.
John, touch your wood. He seems sad.
He's very triggered right now.
John's Wood is unloved yet again.
Long-term take. You can put it in the long list.
Okay.
The long
Sean
list.
Payton will take over play calling at some point for the Denver Broncos
This season? Okay,
Yes.
that's not the long-term list. That's just the regular list.
All right.
Get the tomatoes. All
The
right.
long-term list is Declan Doyle will be the head coach of the New York Jets.
I will not put that on any of my
Why?
lists.
Why won't you do
Because
that?
we don't actually have a long-term list. People.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is just for this year.
August 11th. What was this? Sean Payton will call plays?
We'll call plays at some point.
We'll take over
We'll
play
take
calling
over play
Okay.
calling for the Denver Broncos.
for the Broncos this season. Okay, perfect. Because what's his name's going to suck?
No, I think I think he'll be bad for 2 games, and then he'll be like, I can't help myself. I have to do this.
Okay.
So
Okay.
long-term take there.
No, it's not long-term.
Long-term
No,
take.
that's this year. There's 4.5
Long-term.
months left in the year.
Just a
The
The
normal
year's
take.
almost over.
It's
It's almost 2027.
See,
Ugh.
2 months is long-term for me. That's a long time.
2 months.
That's long-term.
Well, I mean, the younger you are, the more long like summer is, and then you
Yeah.
get older.
And
So
it's
when
fast.
that
2
grows
months-
up,
2
things
months
Oh
are
yeah,
faster.
you are.
And then you work with people who are constantly counting down to things, and it just makes everything shorter.
It does,
because
dude.
they're Rotten.
Tell me
people.
about it.
Oh, hey, John, an announcement to make on the air. Bowling night is canceled, and it's apparently your fault.
Oh,
Never
So
responded to me.
you never told us if we
No,
could do
I
it.
told you no, I wasn't going to be able to. I told you that in person last week.
You did not tell me that in person. You said
Yes.
that you nope,
Yes.
nope,
Yes, I did.
Nope.
Wow. Bowling
Not-
night is back on.
I'm not gonna get
this is
triggered.
how I find out I wasn't even reached out to about bowling night.
We were going to
Wow.
set up bowling
Now we've
night,
got a
and we
problem.
were going to invite everybody. I needed to set everything up, and then we were.
He
gonna
was
give
reaching
other-
out to the talent
He was
first.
doing a
Nick.
save the date.
Yes, essentially.
He said, "I want the talent there."
Don't
and-
you
and
realize
whoever
Nick is
cares.
in all of our promos? He's part of the talent too.
That's true. There was commentary, Nick, on your promos while you were gone.
Was
How
there?
You seem to be the star of the show.
That's
on all
not
of
even
them.
true.
That's what people think.
That's not even remotely
But
true.
everybody thinks it.
Just because
Nick.
my voice is in some of them doesn't mean I'm the star
It's
of the
gravity.
show.
It's gravity.
Some of them.
It's gravity.
That's what people are saying, Nick. I'm just telling you what people are saying.
Hmm.
Can't argue with
Is it
people.
one specific person? Is it the same person that mistook your voice for somebody else's voice?
No, it was literally like everybody that was talking on the air that day.
It's all the people.
And all the listeners were like,
All
yeah,
of
you
the
know what?
people.
He is the star
All
of
of the
show.
people were telling Josh. All of the emails came in. Josh can't show you any of the emails that came in.
Well,
that
so
people
it was actually text.
Yeah.
I can't show you. the
So many
text.
people emailed Josh. Josh won't show you the emails, but trust him, people emailed him about it.
That's okay. I'll just stop putting myself in promos, I guess. If no people were bothered by it.
Kyle says, I lived in and loved Milwaukee. Matt is 100% correct. Omaha is better.
God, it's so much better.
Minus having professional sports teams.
And even so, I would not. You're telling me, oh, would you rather have the Brewers and the Bucks as opposed to we get less good restaurants and more crime and a smaller? No, I would much rather have Omaha.
Yeah.
I would not trade anything Omaha has for what
Would love a
Milwaukee has.
professional sports
Wow.
team.
Yeah, one would be fine, but Omaha's so much better than Milwaukee.
Okay.
Milwaukee, I still like Milwaukee, but I would not.
And a lake.
I
They
personally
got a big lake.
I personally would not live in Milwaukee. And if the Wisconsin people are going to get mad at me and be like, oh, I'm from Wisconsin, I don't like Matt McMaster. Well, okay, that's going to be my entire career, brother. I don't care.
Brother.
I don't Stop it.
What?
Because now I don't have to, you don't even have to make the jokes anymore. I just hear it in my head.
Nice. All right, we have Farron coming up soon, so we should probably say goodbye.
Dude, have you guys been doing this on purpose where you've been booking the
no,
guests
Farron is
super
always
early
on at
so I
2:50.
don't have to
Aaron
be
is
on
always
the,
on Tuesday.
Farron's a 250 guest as long as
feel
I've
like the
worked
last
here.
3 times we've had a crossover. You just happen to have a
Well,
guest
it is
booked
a
early.
busy
It
month
is a
for
busy
us.
month.
Yeah, we're
Yes,
doing these
because the
football
whole
previews.
20
Mac,
things.
I can
No,
barely
we can barely
hear
hear
ya.
you. Got to get the name right, please.
Look at this. By the way, I might steal this lunchbox from Peterson.
We do have 2 of them. You could have it. Yeah, you can have it.
No, I don't
I
use
swear to God, you
I
can
don't
have
use lunchboxes.
Yeah,
I've never
neither
used
do I.
lunchboxes.
it. You can have it.
Are you kidding me?
No, I'm not kidding.
That's so nice of you.
Yep. Hopefully, Riss doesn't care.
Thanks, Petey. You ever get called Petey growing up?
Nope.
Because of Peterson?
Nope.
That's your new nickname, brother.
Okay, brother. Hey, it's Petey, brother.
Hey, brother. John, get us out of here.
Thank God. We'll be back. It's the Grum on 1620 The Zone.
Brother.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Oh my God, there was practice today in front of leering eyes and cameras and media, and oh, brother. Takes. Lots and lots of takes.
Plus, the show is back for one day.
Sportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
So what have we been doing the last 2 weeks?
Well, I guess the show with the Holy Triumvirate is back for one day.
The full roster.
But then John will be on the disabled list. He's going back to the DL.
They stopped calling it that, didn't they?
Yeah, they call
It's
it the
the
IL. Yeah.
Wow. Not very woke of you, Josh.
Is that why? Did they do that because of woke? It's no longer, you're not disabled.
Well,
you're
I mean, they
injured.
did go from disabled to injured.
Injured.
So.
Yeah.
I feel like injured is a better word to use for that anyway.
Yeah.
You're injured. That's
Yeah,
why you're not playing.
disabled.
Well, I mean, disabled is correct nomenclature, but yeah, injury is probably better.
Well, the show, we will move forward without you, John, but we'll be just fine. We have you for one more day.
We do.
I mean, we moved on without Nick. We moved on without you.
Nobody could do that.
Oh,
Moved out without Nick.
pretty cool
Well,
to have
that's
Austin.
true. He is in every promo.
Nick, Nick, did you have fun on the West Coast?
It was one of the best experiences of my life.
Wow. Are you sad to be back?
Yes.
Mm.
Not sad to be with you guys.
Interesting.
It's just weird to be surrounded
Nice
by
catch.
beaches and forests and mountains.
No, have you heard? Lincoln is known for trees.
Are they?
Yeah, wait
Yes.
until you hear. I hope the Happer and Schaefer promo airs today, Nick, so you can hear all about the trees.
Was my voice on that one?
No, it's a Happer.
And I don't want to
It's a
hear
Happer
it.
and Schaefer promo, not yours.
I can change that.
Yeah,
Oh.
Oregon ain't got nothing on Lincoln when it comes to trees.
Well, I was in Washington.
Or Washington.
Nice.
Washington, Oregon, it's all the same.
Also, how about the fact, John, that I went out to Seattle a couple of years ago, saw a walk-off home run by the Mariners. Nick was out in Seattle. He saw a walk-off hit by the Mariners. Stibbs has never been to a Mariners game in Seattle.
And
if he goes, they will inevitably lose.
I believe it was the one time Cal Raleigh actually hit the ball this season, too.
You know what? I think, that made it 1 for 1,000 on the season.
Congrats.
He's had a really rough year so
That was
far.
really cool to watch.
Uh-huh.
I also watched the last time the Mariners won, apparently.
Yeah, they're struggling. They're really, really struggling.
Well, welcome back to the Brazilian rainforest. Or at least it feels like it. Good. Yeah, I just let the dogs in.
It's thick. What are they
And,
doing?
It's the feels like temperature on my weather station says 113.
Oh my gosh.
Now this does tend to run a little high.
I was gonna say it's
because
probably
it
right
is
in the
out
sun.
in the sun, but still, it is. I mean, you go outside, it's just like, ugh.
Yeah,
I'm trying to remember outside of that, we had that day and a half where it got cool.
Mm-hmm.
Remember when we were all talking during the College World Series of,
yeah.
oh my
What
God,
did you
this weather is so wonderful. It's like spring in the middle of summer.
Mm-hmm.
And as soon as Oklahoma took their trophy and went back to Norman, here comes the humidity, and it's been crap ever since. I mean, this is ridiculous.
It was wild in Washington because the whole time we were there, by the way, clear skies. Like it was foggy on the water a little, mostly clear skies. And it was 75 to 80, but it was no humidity somehow.
Isn't that wild?
It was perfect. We hiked 3 miles in 75-degree weather, and I didn't want to die.
That's
I
nice.
felt awesome.
God, that does
I
sound
went
great.
for a walk the other night in 75 degrees, and I was sweating up
I was
a
gonna say,
storm
you probably
because
had
the
to take a-
humidity was 117%.
Tried to take a shower when you got home, John. It was that
Ugh.
disgusting out there.
Heard it also rained
Disgusting.
here. It was funny. We had the exact opposite of weather you would expect there to be in
Mhm.
Washington.
Yep, it rained. It actually rained overnight. I didn't realize it was supposed to rain. I woke up this morning and the thunder, lightning, and the thunder.
Thunder and the thunder and the lightning and the grum down. Open for 25 minutes. Practice day. Mike Farron, where it's a dry heat.
Nice.
Sirius XM MLB radio. Another place that, it's humid all the time. Miami.
Ooh.
The home of the Hurricanes.
They almost won the
football team,
title.
that is. Joe Zagacki, the voice of the Canes, will join us in 25 teams.
Nice get, Nick.
Thank you.
Friend of the program, Max Olson.
Wait, is he joining us?
Whoa.
No, but he's done a position-by-position value analysis in college football.
Awesome.
Asking around to the different GMs and player personnel folks and people inside the football programs, trying to get a gauge of just how much each position group is worth.
Awesome.
Michael Bruntz will join us. I'm guessing he was front and center there watching the 25 minutes of workout.
He has some takes.
Super hot take market.
Oh.
Running with the devil.
Oh, it's a song.
That's right, it is.
Awesome.
Mitch Holtz's Chiefs training camp report. Did any other ex-Huskers get cheap shotted by ex-Hawkeyes yesterday?
Have you seen this, Nick? Your people
I saw
trying to injure our people? Tough look.
Yeah, it was bad.
Bang. Real.
Sorry for the football player wanting to play football.
Wow. Wow. Unreal.
Steve Sipple of HuskerOnline.com will join us.
Nice.
And speaking of old men, an old man gets his Hall of Fame call. I did not get the honor of being able to, how the NFL Hall of Fame people, they knock on the door and they surprise them and whatnot.
Yes.
They didn't do a similar thing for the Nebraska Broadcasters Hall of Fame, but I would have gladly volunteered to at least pick up the phone and call. But the problem is Kevin would have picked it up and thought it was spam and said, I've already given my money to you people 7 times. I'm not falling for it an 8th time. And then he'd hang up, and then we'd have to call him again. And
that's why Kevin doesn't donate
and have
to
Michelle
PBS.
explain to Kevin what was happening. But
That's wild. He never saved your number. After all of these years, he never saved your
It's a
number.
tough look.
Wow.
Congratulations to our Hall of Famer.
John is more nice than I am because I included the picture on today's thumbnail that Kevin hated, and I'm surprised John didn't include that picture.
Which one is that here? I'll look at the thumbnail.
Oh, would you like to see the thumbnail too?
I would love to.
Nick?
Is it this one?
Yeah.
That's the one. By the way, that is my new favorite picture.
What's
But
that from again? Is that the College World Series?
So we were up on the top of the roof, doing the team photo. And
Never did one this year. Sad.
Chris Prudon was, just taking pictures and happened to catch Kevin in that moment. And as soon as he showed me that, I said, I must have this picture. Please give me this picture.
Mm-hmm.
But you know what?
What?
I didn't want to. I wanted to show Kevin in more of his natural habitat, being a broadcaster, not just standing there and posing for pictures. And so very famous times of Kevin in the media, ladies and gentlemen.
Did you see, Nick? So, John and Kevin love saving photos of each other in their folders. Did you see the new John photo that's making the rounds?
Is a good one. This is a good one.
I did not.
Yeah, that was last week.
That was a screenshot.
Incredible.
Yep, that was a good one. Congratulations to Kevin.
Congrats,
My
Kevin.
favorite Kevin.
I have an Uncle Kevin, so you're like a close second.
Of all
favorite.
of the Kevins in my world, he is definitely my favorite.
Well, if you think about it, there's not a lot of, great Kevins in history.
Should we do
Right?
that? We should have done that this week.
We should have done great Kevins in
Kevins in history. Who is the greatest Kevin?
There's Kevin Mitchell, the
Home
former
Alone.
Major League outfielder.
Kevin. Yeah, that's definitely a Kevin.
I'm going to Google famous Kevins and see what
Kevin-
happens.
Kevin Ty was an actor who played one of the guys on Emergency from like 60 years ago.
Kevin Spacey.
Oh, Kevin Spacey. Another fine Kevin.
Oh, no.
Kevin Hart. Kevin Bacon.
Oh, Kevin Bacon.
Kevin Bacon. Kevin Hart.
6 degrees of Kevin Bacon. By the way, John, this photo.
Kevin Durant.
Kevin James writes Kyle.
Kevin James.
Yeah, Kevin James.
I guess there's a few now.
How old is the NET photo that is basically the backdrop of this collage? How old is that photo? Because it's not called NET anymore. People forget.
probably, I don't know, 10 years. Maybe,
Whoa.
something like that.
Wow.
I don't know. I don't remember. I just know that, Kevin was very excited to be with me in the booth, as you can claim.
He used to call
see.
games on NET. That's a different time. That is a different time. Wow. Congrats to Kevin.
It's when talkies were first a thing, yeah?
Good luck tonight, Kevin, as McMaster walks up to you and tries to apologize again after, having a few beers.
He's going to touch your hands all over and
No, they're really strong and
rub them on his
muscular.
face.
No, you definitely worked outside
I'm
once.
guessing at this very moment, Kevin is out in the garage looking for sandpaper. I'll be damned if anyone's going to call my hands soft tonight.
Where's the 1,000 grit?
Shows up with bloody hands tonight. Doesn't have fingerprints anymore.
Shows up with a stump. What'd you do, Kevin? I was sanding my hands.
My
I'm
stump
not
is
going to let that
rough as hell,
McMaster
though.
get the best of me.
Oh.
402-951-1620 if you want to join us on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. Hey, don't forget to go to 1620thezone.com and you can still register to win that $100 gift card to Prairie Flower Casino. As well as all of the other great stuff. The golf tournament. We still got some room there. The Oregon trip. Bunch of stuff there.
Yep.
The $5,000 giveaway.
You could
All that
register for
stuff.
golf. That's not, you're not winning, but you're registering. We would love to see you next Friday.
Well,
at
you'll
Miracle
probably
Hill.
win something. I mean, there's so many doggone prizes.
I heard, John. I don't want
Can't
to.
imagine anyone coming away from that thing empty-handed.
I don't want to report on this because I don't know all the deets, but I was having a conversation with salesperson Josh earlier today, and another local establishment has hit the prize box.
Nice.
And this is something that I think everybody will enjoy. Everybody.
Fantastic. So go to 1620thezone.com, get your team registered. You got less than 2 weeks to do that. You can also hit us up on the Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed at USC1620 or the email inbox, John or Josh at 1620thezone.com. That is the Equitable Bank Zone inbox at Equitable. We take banking personally. Answer the phone on the first ring, and old man Doug is not as old as Kevin. Otherwise, he'd be in Hall of Fame too. But this was the blessed day, the blessed event. We get usually one, maybe two of these in the spring, and usually one, maybe two of these in the fall, where the media gets to walk in and look around wide-eyed and go, "Ooh, look at this! It's a practice." And they get to
pads.
They get to watch for 25 minutes.
They can learn.
C&T chair.
You can learn everything. It really is. It's Matt Rules. He offers them the C&T chair. Here you go, media. Take a look at this slop. Slop it on up, media.
Watch us.
We're stretching, and this counts in the 25 minutes.
Now, I don't know what you read of the accounts. Obviously, congratulations, Brian Christopherson. He got the first tweet out today.
He did. Good job by you, BC.
But on the in the Husker Extra camp chatter,
I did read that one. Yes.
This was my favorite passage.
Ooh.
It was talking about the running backs.
Okay.
Again, and this is not making fun of our media brethren.
But
They're just giving us whatever they can from a very short window of practice.
Mm-hmm.
And in which I'm sure they're pretty controlled as to what they show. They're certainly not going to show off every aspect of practice. They're going to put their best foot forward. But as the story goes, it didn't take long for one of the running backs, freshman Jamal Rule, the running back who led off the drills during the open portion of practice, to be reminded of why Barthel was stressing the importance of keeping a foot down while in the game. No, Barthel said calmly, using his common speech pattern, repeating something 2 or 3 times. 2 feet in the air, you're going to the ground. One of Quentin Ives' runs, beautiful rep, Barthel said. One of Isaiah Mosey's reps, nice stiff arm, Barthel said. Mosey's next rep, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. A teaching moment for Tyke Hayes, the most recent addition to the team. Feet up, put it down real quick, Barthel said. All 7 of the team's running backs, Rule, Mosey, Ives, Hayes, Mekhi Nelson, Connor Booth, and Vincent Genatone, were present and accounted for and going through the drills.
So, in Goodfellas, John, there is Jimmy 2 times. Should we call him EJ 3 times? I'm going to go get the papers. I think we might need to call him that now.
3 times.
Pick it up.
This is why we find out why E.J. Barthel was never granted the opportunity to be a head coach, because he would yell timeout 3 times.
3 times.
Would say, "Fine, you're
1,
all
2,
done. You're
3.
all out of timeouts. You're all out of timeouts.
Uh-huh.
Congratulations." Yeah, it's and I'll be interested to see, to hear what Brunts and later on Sip have to say about what they observed.
We joke because we love. We joke because we love.
I do wonder, though, in all seriousness, now in the pros, it's different because virtually every training camp practice is open.
Yes.
I think. A lot of them aren't. Of course, they sell tickets to it. And
yeah.
It's a
you can
revenue
probably buy
generator,
booze at these things.
Which, by the way, someday it will be at the college level, too, I'm sure.
Yep.
But I do wonder how much of these, and it's not just a Nebraska thing, it could be any team that allows their media to see any length of practice. You wonder how much the players and the coaches are aware, like either front of mind or subconsciously, hey, this is the period where the media is watching, so let's turn it up just a little bit, or give them, A, not give them too much, but B, give them something where it looks like, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
A little bit of show, just in case, because, this is the one time. I'm sure most of the coaches are like, I don't even know. Who are these people? I don't even know why they're here. And they're focused on their duties. But you do wonder a little bit, especially the players, if the players are kind of aware that, hey, here's, these guys are watching, and so maybe I'll get my name, and it'll up my profile or whatever.
It is, and honestly, it's a really interesting question. You wonder if there is. Okay, I'm going to use myself now. Look, I am not an athlete, so take this with a grain of salt. But I remember, John, when I would play golf and a different group would roll up behind me, and I would get so nervous, and I would often suck in these moments. Now, again, these are college athletes who have people watching them all the time. But yeah, it's got to be just a little bit different. I don't know how much it's going to impact them, but I have to imagine.
How often did our old friend Nick Baugh talk about practice needing to be a safe space to fail?
Yep, he talked about it a lot. Every time that we, especially in the years that we worked with him in the Mike Riley era in particular, where they would have one or two open practices, if I remember right, during an entire period, and how different that was. And because people remember that was in the throes of the Tommy Armstrong days, and he was a guy who had some turnover issues from time to time, and so people, myself included, would be, okay, he went 5 for 12 in this practice period. And it's like, yeah, but we don't know exactly what they were going for, and whatever it is like that. So that's why, it's so different now. It's the first 25 minutes. So you're not getting a scrimmage period, right? You're not getting any of that kind of stuff.
No, you're not getting the meaty stuff, the good stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And it's such a different day and age from what it used to be. Once upon a time, a lot of Nebraska practices were open.
Mm-hmm.
I can remember going to a handful, going to scrimmages. And it's a different world now. Coaches are a hell of a lot more paranoid. They were paranoid back then. They're even more paranoid today about stuff getting out. And then just the idea of there's so much information that can get out. It was different back in the old days when you didn't have instantaneous information. If something happened in a practice, it wouldn't show up until the next day's paper, right?
Correct.
Most of the time. Whereas now it's like, if it was like it was back then, where a lot of practices were open, be constant, hey, look at this.
Well,
like the stuff yesterday with EJ getting lit up in practice. That's the difference between the pros and the college, because stuff like that gets shown, and all of a sudden it's like, ooh.
Yeah, if you're someone who follows beat writers on social media, I imagine that you're inundated with highlights and whatnot every single day, at the very least observations. Our two teams scrimmage today, and my timeline was full of people saying, hey, this happened, and this happened, and this happened. I remember, John, I think this was the first spring period, maybe, for Matt Rule. There was it A.J. Allen, the running back, who fumbled or was criticized by Barthel by EJ 3 times in some sort of a drill. And that video got out, and I heard from people that the program was really frustrated by this, that this thing made its way out, and that because they almost had to have a conversation with the player about, hey, it's okay, it's not that big of a deal. And so, yeah, that's why, as of now, sadly, we're not able to do this full time. But I would love for it to turn into an NFL training camp type situation, while also understanding why those inside of college sports absolutely do not want that to be the case.
All right, we'll hear more on what the boys saw today. Brunsey will join us in the 3:00 hour. Sip in the happy hour, as he usually does on Tuesday. But coming up next, Mike Farron, who was not at the open 25-minute session today, will be with us from Arizona, where it's a dry heat. Next. Great to have Nick back. The Grum at full strength for now. 16:20 The Zone.
circus is on the air.
Mike Farron, Sirius XM MLB Network Radio.
Ladies and gentlemen, now singing the Mike Farron Open, it's Mike Stibbs.
Just make sure it sounds sexy, Stibbs.
Lord Almighty, how can you stand Arizona? Your fair skin must be burning down into your absent soul. Mike, 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 we can barely hear you. It sounds to me like you called us from inside a hole. But your phone calls lift me higher, like the ERA of Mark Pryor. Your hair looks like it's on fire. You're Mike Farron. You're just a hunk of burning love. You're just a hunk of burning love.
And in the case of our esteemed Hall of Famer, Kevin Kugler, one of the people in that village, Mike Farron, who's been a longtime guest, helping Kevin to his Hall of Fame credentials.
Man, I'm so sorry to hear about him. That just like that came out of nowhere, cut down in his prime.
Well, it's sad, but it happens.
It's nice that they can honor him posthumously.
Well, it is. It'll be hard to give the speech tonight, but it would have. It'll probably be a lot less shorter than it would have been, if Kevin would be here to accept it. But
yeah,
either way, we'll do our best.
Do you think Kevin's speech would be longer than Ozzie Guillen's was on Saturday if he was?
I did not see
around to give it 17 minutes. 17 minutes long.
He went 17 minutes.
17 minutes.
Yeah, someone needs to tell Ozzie that, hey, you don't have to filibuster this year. The White Sox are actually good.
Especially the national TV game. I'm sure that they were doing the wrap it up.
Yeah. They were like, wrap it up. And it's like, oh, no, don't tell Ozzie to wrap it up or he'll go on for another 20 minutes.
That's terrible. I didn't even think he was sick. So I'm sorry to hear that about Kevin.
Yeah.
Any words you want to say about him? How you met him, the things that stand out to you about him as a person?
No, not really.
Okay.
I think we're good.
So last night, the Boston Red Sox, who just can't do anything wrong, managed to score a run when they weren't supposed to. So it's first and third, right? First and third, one out. Ball hit to what? Medium depth center, right center field, not terribly deep. Apparently, the Blue Jays thought there were already two outs.
Well, the Red Sox thought there were already two outs because the scoreboard said there were two outs. Everybody else on the field, the umpires knew there was one, but the scoreboard said there was two.
But so normally in a spot like that, a guy has to tag from third base and score. But because both runners had taken off, Toronto decided they're going to go to throw to first, and the team had started coming off the field. Because normally in a spot like that, you do the old appeal play, you get it back to the mound, and then they throw to third base, and the runner obviously didn't tag up. The out's recorded. But in this case, even though the runner did not tag up, and because everyone on the field was miscounting the outs, the run actually counted. It took a long time to figure it out, but the umpires did eventually get the call right, correct?
Yeah. So what the easiest way for the Blue Jays to have avoided giving up a run would have been just to throw to third to get the lead to
correct
throw to the base there because the runner left early, right? So after they recorded the third out at first base, the next step would have been to have everybody stay on the field and then appeal like you suggested. Once the pitcher and the infielders cross the foul line, the play is ruled dead, essentially, in the way the rule is written. And therefore, what happened, because it was a non-consecutive double play, not like you would have on a ground ball, because they got the back runner, the front runner run counted because he was not. They did not essentially challenge it. Right, he'd crossed the plate. So that's why Boston got a run, even though their base runners were wrong, and they had the double play. But the rule is that's been on the books for forever, and apparently nobody knew it except for John Schneider, the manager of the Blue Jays, who apparently had this happen to him 10 years ago, almost to the day when he was managing the Lansing Lugnuts.
Andy says if they had thrown to third, would the score have been out and no run awarded.
That's right. It would have been, if they had just thrown to third to try and get the runner at third, just like if a runner leaves early, right, and you throw behind him to that base, it's because you can't go in reverse order, essentially. Once you go to first, that's the third out. That's the one time that you can have, or one of the few times you can have a fourth out situation, right, where then you would appeal to get the runner at third. The easiest thing for Toronto would have been to do is to just throw to third base, but they threw to first instead for the out. So then they would have had to go through the appeal process, and they screwed that up.
And the reason why the Blue Jays were a little confused, the scoreboard was showing 2 outs, correct?
Right, but the umpires had it right on the field, and
the umpires
scoreboard
is, but the
the scoreboard is there as
was.
Chris Guccione, who's the crew chief, pointed out that the scoreboard is there for the fans. It's not supposed to be there for the players, and so that the fans understand where the outs are, right? So it was a misread by the Red Sox runners. The Blue Jays, it's an employee of Major League Baseball that runs the scoreboard. But it's just, stuff happens. And it was very strange. A very, very strange play. Does not happen very often. It has happened before. It will undoubtedly happen again, but it was a weird play. And also it didn't have any impact on the game because
they lost 2-1.
The Red Sox lost. So
there was something before we move on from this, John, that I remember when at the College World Series this year, where there was the scoreboard was reading something wrong, and I think I was next to Oklahoma's dugout, and they were trying to get the umpire's attention because maybe he was off. I can't remember, but there was something that happened a couple of months ago that seemed to cause a little bit of confusion about the number of outs or something that was going on inside of an inning.
You can have that with the count too. And, one of the things that they can do, that the umpires can do in replay review, which is essentially what they did last night. Not essentially, it is what they did last night. You can ask for a rules check from New York. And so you will see that occasionally if there's a question about the count where the umpire has one count and the team has another, they will actually go to New York, and New York will basically run a replay of the at-bat until they can get the count right. So those are one of the things that can happen. And that was what they did was the rules check. And the question was whether or not the entire infield had crossed into foul ground. And that's actually the part that John Schneider disagreed with last night. He said, I don't think that we had everybody off the field, but they ruled it that way. And he wasn't that mad about it because, they ended up winning the game.
They won the game, yeah.
Well, the Dodgers, speaking of winning, finally managed to win last night in Tarek Skubal's Dodgers debut. Yeah, they've lost 8 of 11, however. How much of this do you chalk up to, this is just baseball, it happens, or have you seen anything in the last couple of weeks that make you think that maybe there is some cause for concern?
I think it's probably a little bit of both, just in that I think this is going to happen over the course of a baseball season for sure, but this is one of the 2 oldest lineups in baseball, and really since a week before the break they have not played clean consistently, not on the defensive side. They certainly have not performed well offensively. Saris had a great report that over the last 2 months they've seen a massive increase in the amount of fastballs that they've seen, which means that teams are challenging them more because they're not afraid of their power, because they have guys that are not hitting for power. Mookie Betts has had a rough year overall. It's not been a good year. Freddie Freeman has hit for a very high average, I think in the 350s since the All-Star break, but with 3 extra base hits and none of them homers. Teoscar Hernandez and Kyle Tucker, although Tucker has been better over the last couple of weeks, have seen some degradation in their bat speed, right? Which impacts power. So really the 2 guys that they have that they can count on significantly are Ohtani and Paez, and to a lesser extent, Max Muncy, whose numbers aren't great as of late, but it does look like he has hit into a little bit of tough luck. Yeah, are the Dodgers still the team to beat in the National League? Yeah, absolutely. They still are. Are they a 121 juggernaut? No, they never were coming into the year. Their starting rotation is the best it's been in this, 10, 11 year span where they've really been good. But this is not the best position player group that they've had, in large part because most of their guys are past prime. Now, does that mean that they won't win when it counts? I don't know that I can answer that, but it does. Part of it is it was going to even out at some point. At some point, they weren't going to play great because they had played at a really high level for the first 3 months. And I do think age has a factor in a good portion of this, because I think the only 2 regulars they have that are under the age of 30 are Tucker, who's 29 and a half, and Paez.
Mike, going back to the Red Sox, it sounds like Adley Rutschman, he'll be activated today. At least that was the latest reporting. I don't know if he has been. He is among a bevy of players that it sounds like will be returning or could return over the next couple of months ahead of the postseason. John and I were talking a little bit about Aaron Judge. Was that last week, John? And because the expectation is that he'll be back at some point soon. Like, when you look at some of these guys that are going to be returning to their teams, is there one or two in particular that you think are going to have an impact on whether it's a race to get to the playoffs or when we actually arrive into October?
Well, I mean, if and when Judge comes back, I think he's the best answer to it, because he is really the most important player in New York's lineup. And you know, they survived for a couple of weeks without him, and then things started to fall apart offensively. Now they're also without Cody Bellinger, and they're without Giancarlo Stanton too. But you know, if without Judge, that offense just is not the same. And I think that they have a very difficult time scoring runs consistently without him, because they don't have that big guy in the middle of the lineup. You look at almost every other World Series contender, and they have somebody who's a 900 to 1,000 OPS monster in the middle of the lineup. And right now the Yankees don't, because Judge is out. So I think he is without a doubt number one on that list of players that would have the biggest impact if they're able to come back.
The Rays last night put up 8 runs in the 8th inning.
Oh man.
And ended up beating Oakland, or I'm sorry, that formerly known as Oakland.
West Sacramento, please.
West Sacramento A's for their 7th straight win. I know it's a 6-game edge. Obviously, mathematically, everyone else is still alive. But does it feel like this race, given that Judge is still going to be out for a while, given that, you know, the Red Sox still have a big, tall hill to climb, does this race feel almost over in the East?
Yeah, we got that question this morning, and yeah, I mean, I think it's certainly trending in that direction. I'm not quite ready to call it yet, but I think it's getting close. I mean, listen, they're very well positioned to make the postseason. I don't really see anything with the Yankees in the way things have gone for them without Judge and without Bellinger and with their offense struggling that makes me think that they're going to catch Tampa Bay. I know the Red Sox got hotter in heck for, you know, a 30-game stretch, but they still have 8.5 games that they would have to erase. And now, you know, I think fairly quietly, Tampa has now reached the second best record in baseball, right? Only the Brewers are better than them.
Yeah, it's close.
Yeah, so I mean, it's like a game and a half difference between them and Milwaukee. So I think I wouldn't go so far as to put it in the category of a guarantee yet, but it's certainly trending in a real positive direction for them. And they've been terrific on this road trip, right? They're 7-0 on the road trip. It's a 9-game trip. You know, they have done exactly what they need to do to keep winning. They have an unbelievable home record this season. I think they're 41-18 overall at the Trop. You know, they're on pace for like 56 wins, which would be one of the 25 best home win totals in baseball history. And they have, I thought, did really well to improve their roster at the deadline. You know, Freddie Peralta was much better last night than he had been in his first start and really of late. Tyler Wells was a really good addition to the bullpen. I loved them adding Liam Hicks to the lineup because they were at least a bat short, and it gives them somebody who has a little bit of power and more than anything has some on-base ability and hits from the left side. So it gives them better balance at the top. So I really like where Tampa is. I think they're in a great position to be able to make the postseason and most likely win the division. And as it stands right now, you know, have a bye going into the playoffs or going into the division series.
For those of you watching in on the YouTube stream, I've posted a graphic, actual record and expected run record, which is the record they base off run differential. And the only reason I post this is because of the highly unusual circumstance that exists right now in the American League. The Detroit Tigers, currently in 3rd place in the American League Central with a below 500 record, are plus 87 in run differential. That leads the American League. Yeah. And based on the run differential, their record should be 68-50. It is 58-60. And so the ultimate question in all of this is we look, you know, Tampa Bay, as you mentioned, best record in the American League by 6 games over the Yankees. The Rays are still only plus 50 in the run differential. Their expected record should be about 8 games worse than it actually is. the long windup to this is just looking at these numbers, knowing that there's still about 6 weeks left in the regular season. Does this tell you anything about how maybe the postseason will play out, or just how the races will kind of finish up? Because a lot of these run differentials are really whacked out given the position of some of these teams.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that it's going to tell you anything about the postseason, because once you get to the postseason, it's completely, I mean, it just, that is what it is. The tournament's different, right? You shorten your rosters, your best players play more, your best pitchers pitch more. So I don't know that I have any predictions on that. I mean, I think Detroit's going to make the playoffs. I think it's one of the things. It took me a while to get to why it bothered me so much that they traded Skubal, because it wasn't the return. The return was what you would expect. It was more that, like, they did it for what was 100 cents on the dollar, when keeping the dollar, right, like, would have been the best path to victory for them this season. And it was still right there, because they had outscored their opponents by close to 50 runs at that point and had one of the two best records in the league since June 1st. So, yeah, I think Detroit's really well positioned. They have a big stretch coming up here where they have the Guardians and the White Sox this week. They're 3.5 games out of the division. They're a game and a half out of a wild card. They are really moving in the right direction overall. So I think Detroit is a team that is going to be very difficult for the White Sox to hold off. It's not to say that the White Sox can't do it, but this is still, even without Skubal and without Mize, it's still a pretty good team, and it's one that, over the course of the year has been third in runs allowed in the American League and fourth in runs scored. And so they do a lot of things right, and they're going to keep grinding at it. They're just not going to be able to, if they get to a postseason series, turn the ball to Tarek Skubal in game one. It'll have to be like Framber Valdez or Troy Melton.
Mike, going back to John's previous question when he mentioned how far ahead of the Yankees the Rays are, that's one of 4 divisions where the leader is at least 5 games up. Do you see any of those changing over the course of the next 2 months, or do you like those teams to stand pat?
Yeah, I mean, like, 5 games really isn't all that much. So no, I'm not. I do think that the one that's probably the most vulnerable is Milwaukee, just because I think the Cubs are good. Like, their offense has been really good. I thought they did a great job addressing their pitching needs at the deadline. I really like the Milwaukee team a lot, but I think the Cubs are capable of catching them. They have 7 games left, I think, too, on either side of Labor Day weekend, right? Or just after Labor Day weekend. I think they have 3 games against them starting on Labor Day, then have another series, and then they play 4, something like that. It might be 4 and 3, but they have a lot of head-to-heads left. And, listen, if it's 5 games and they're going into that 7, then the Cubs really don't have a chance. But if it's 2, then those series are really going to matter. So I would say that they're the ones that are probably the most vulnerable, even though I think that's a really good team. I just think the Cubs are too. I don't think that Philadelphia can catch Atlanta. I doubt that the Diamondbacks will catch the Dodgers in the end, although they have made things a lot more interesting over the last month. And, San Diego is playing much better and has acquired 2 starting pitchers to help them down the stretch. So I think if you were to pick one in that group that it was most likely to happen, I would have to say that it's the Cubs catching Milwaukee.
Before we let you go, Mike, I wanted to ask you, because the Big East announced their new commissioner yesterday.
Tim Brosnan, right? Yeah,
a longtime former Major League, and he was involved in the MLB Network. He was involved in negotiations. I'm guessing he probably worked pretty close with old Tone Patini of the Big Ten. I'm curious if you know anything or what you thought of Tim Brosnan moving on to the Big East Conference.
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was interesting. It's the second Major League Baseball executive that's been hired by a major conference, right? That was, I think, unusual after Tony Patini was hired by the Big Ten. Listen, he's got a long experience creating, television deals, and he's got it, because he was their executive vice president of business. He's worked on that. He was one of the people that kind of spearheaded expanding the playoffs, because I think he saw how much money could be made. I don't know that I'm assuming that his job is going to be focused on those things more than keeping the Big East together and not having UConn leave at some point, right? That's probably the top of it. But I would think that if there's TV money to be negotiated and try and get a bigger place at the table, he certainly has sat at bigger tables in the Big East Conference. So I'm interested to see how that plays out. It sounds like it's something that he really wanted to do. But Tim's been a longtime executive in Major League Baseball and had success there, just in the same way that Tony did with MLB. So we'll see. I don't know if you guys have a vibe on how the Tony Petitti era in the Big Ten has gone, but all I know is that he of the recent Big Ten commissioners, he is the least likely to try and build a stadium in Hammond, Indiana.
I don't know. I mean, at some point, I think Jim Delaney wanted to get a new stadium for Northwestern there, but that kind of fell through.
No, they managed to get one done where the old one was, John.
Right.
I don't know if you know that.
I know. That's what I'm saying. He was hoping to go to Hammond because that's where all the action is.
Notice that the Big Ten didn't move to Hammond, that they're still in Rosemont. So,
yeah, no, that is true. All right. Well, as we depart, again, a moment of silence for our dear departed colleague.
Just can't believe he retired like that. That's just so weird that would happen. Like, it felt like he was. I just saw him 2 weeks ago.
Yeah. Well, tip of the cap too to the Veterans Committee, for looking deep into the archives of great Nebraska broadcasters and remembering, oh yeah, that's right, this guy did something too.
Well, I think it was one of those things where they looked at him and they were like, oh wait, this guy lives in Nebraska. John, when are they going to honor you? I feel like you're more tied to Nebraska than Kevin is.
That's the question.
They'll never honor me. I'm surprised there wasn't a long voting block against Kevin because of people who like to complain every time he does a Nebraska game. And, it's your fault that they lost.
Steve Peterson, John, was getting on the line. Hello. Can we get this guy out of the Hall of Fame, please?
I noticed that announcement came down just after Benning left media. So, I figured that probably was a correlation.
True. All right, Mike, enjoy. Thanks.
Hey, no problem. Take care.
Bye, Mike.
All right, there he is, Mike Farron, Sirius XM MLB Radio. We got more to come. We'll get Michael Bruns's observations from today's open practice session. But coming up, 100 days to college football.
Hello.
What does a college football starter typically cost? We've got some budgets, some notes and numbers and charts and graphs and things on 1620 The Zone.
The sport of college football is run by idiots, morons, doofuses, money-hungry clowns who don't care about you, only that you keep pouring your love and money into their constantly changing for the worst product. But we love it. Oh, we do love it so. The other thing we like to do is count things down. So today and through the summer, 1620 The Zone and 97.7 The Zone are going to put these two great tastes together as we anxiously anticipate another year of college football. So now, Unsportsmanlike Conduct, home of random number selection and inciting dorks to online violence, presents another number pulled out of our collective behinds. The program celebrates 100 days to college football.
And we do so by reminding you that you can still register to become that lucky Husker fan to send you and a guest to see Nebraska battle Oregon in Eugene.
Hello.
Go to 1620thezone.com for your chance to win. And keep listening for Happer and Schaefer all this week for bonus chances. Yes, it's like getting an extra entry. The ultimate Husker road trip could be yours thanks to Woodhouse Auto Family and 1620 The Zone. Prize includes 2 tickets to see the game in Eugene, 2 round-trip airfare for 2, 2-night hotel stay, and a $150 gift card. So go register today. And again, thanks to Woodhouse Auto Family. Go do it now. Do it now. Do it now. 1620thezone.com. I know we did this exercise a few months ago. I think it was CBS Sports that posted after the transfer portal window closed the running rate by position group. I wish I still had that graphic, but I don't think this is dramatically different from what we had before. But Max Olson of ESPN,
dear friend of the Grum,
surveyed a lot of folks around the sport, namely general managers, player personnel people, the stuff who handle the purse strings and figure out all the NIL contracts, to get the running rate for what each position group stands to make this year in college football. And under quarterbacks, obviously the most expensive position, anywhere from $1 to $3 million. Now, there were a couple of quotes in here I thought were interesting. One SEC general manager said, if you're in the ACC and Big 12, you're probably at $1 million or $2 million. If you're a Big 10 or SEC quarterback, you're probably $2 to $3 million. And then plus for the elite. Apparently, E.J. Barthel was being quoted here. Plus for the elite. As Max writes, not all these quarterbacks are millionaires, to be clear. There are still a few Power 4 programs with unresolved quarterback competitions between 2 passers on 6-figure deals. A Big 12 GM said, if you've got $1 million starting quarterback, they're probably an inexperienced guy at this juncture. But even the inexperienced guys, Max writes, cashed in this offseason with career backups Lincoln Kleinholtz and Kenny Minchie earning in the $2.5 to $3 million range as they move into starting roles.
Calandria is definitely not in that range. He is not in that range.
And the reason I bring that up is because obviously Kenny Minchie was mentioned, and Minchie for 24 hours was Nebraska's quarterback. He obviously changed his mind when Kentucky came in. So if we could spitball this for a moment, if Max is right that he's earning somewhere in the $2.5 to $3 million range, it does make you wonder, A, what Nebraska was willing to pay him, and then B, what did they get for, getting Calandria as quick as they did soon thereafter? Do you think Calandria is in the $2 to $2.5 million range, or is he under $2 million here? Based on these numbers, what Minchie's getting at Kentucky allegedly.
Yeah, I think he's well under that number. I think that was one of the positives, that Nebraska was able to land a quarterback that didn't cost in that range. And I'm guessing that whatever their range was for Minchie, that Kentucky was able to come with more, which is why he was Nebraska's quarterback for 24 hours. Also, the other thing that stood out to me, Max mentioned some of the high-end guys in the sport. Darian Mensah, he said his number is believed to approach $8 million. Brendan Sorsby, of course, we knew about him. He was in the $5 million range. Sam Levitt is in there as well. And Drew Mestemaker and Josh Hoover, Oklahoma State and Indiana quarterbacks, not far behind those numbers. So that's what you're talking about for the guys at the top of the sport right now.
And for those of you watching it on the stream, we've got the graphic up. But as we said, quarterbacks anywhere from 1 to 3 million, running backs from 300,000 to 800,000, wide receivers 400,000 to $1 million. Your most expensive linemen are typically your offensive tackles, 600,000 to 1.2 million. Most expensive defensive players are edge rushers, $500,000 to 1.2 million. And all the way down to long snappers. Man, those poor long snappers only getting 10 grand.
Up to 50, though, John. Doesn't it make you wish that when you were a young John Bishop in the 80s that you were like, why don't I try to be a long snapper? I can make money with NIL or at least get a scholarship.
Famously, we didn't have NIL. It was still $100 handshakes back in the day. For a long snapper, it was probably like, hey, here's a quarter. Go play Pac-Man.
Yeah. If I were a high school player today and I was like not very good at some things, I would try to be a snapper. Like, I'd try to get that bag. I want 50 grand. 18-year-old, give me $50,000. That sounds awesome.
Don't forget the free education.
And the free education, John. I love education.
All right. Well, there's a little bit of where the money goes.
Good stuff, Max.
To Max Olson. We appreciate him for that. Coming up next, we're going to talk with Michael Bruntz of Husker247.com. and find out what he saw today at practice. Which coach yells the loudest?
And which one repeats themselves? Also, Jeff texts into the show, John, and says, Nebraska's running backs get Runza coupons. Here you go, Sonny. Do you want some ranch dressing with your fries?
They're actually changing the name to Runza Back.
Runza Back. Oh, that's a good idea, Nick.
I honestly would like to know what Nebraska is getting in its running back room, how much they're getting each of those guys.
You'd hope that it's a bargain.
You would hope.
You would hope.
Brunsey will join us next here on the Grum. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct on this Tuesday, muggy Tuesday, 1620 The Zone.
Here's a story of a man named Brunsey who covers Husker sports, boys and girls, like football and basketball, even weightlifting, like front squats and curls. Then one day, good old Brunsey called a talk show, and acting on what they thought was a hunch, John and Josh wanted to start a family. And now we get to talk to Michael Brunts. It's Michael Brunts. Michael Brunts. Now we get to talk to Michael Brunts.
Still basking in the glow of an open practice. Well, for 25 minutes anyway. How you doing, Brunsey? Staying cool?
Yeah, it was hot, but I'm doing all right. I've been sitting here in front of the air conditioning for about last 20 minutes or so.
It's probably a good idea. So,
Understandable.
like, what was the most outstanding thing you were able to see today at the open session?
Ooh.
The most what? Sorry, you just cut out.
Outstanding.
Oh, outstanding.
Or noteworthy.
Well,
outstanding might be a strong word.
Yeah, that's a lot of work there. We got to see some one-on-ones with the offensive line and the defensive line. Don't know if we learned a ton, but I mean, those are two position groups that have gotten a lot of attention for, I think, different reasons, probably within the narrative this offseason. And I would be curious to see how that looks with not just one-on-one, to actually have the full lines out there and go at each other. But I do think the offensive line looks a lot different than it did last year. A lot of size there. I'm really interested to see what that looks like. Gunnar Gatula, actually, who is kind of a forgotten man, I feel like, along that offensive line, looked a lot better than maybe what he's been last year. So that was kind of interesting, but just a lot of, it was 20 minutes. I don't even know, you said 25, and I don't even know that it was a full 25, but
they shortchanged you.
Yeah, we'll get him back next Tuesday, maybe. We'll cash those last 5 minutes in if we can.
Brunt, anything stand out with the new coaches? Anything you saw or heard from them in the drills or anything?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's, it's always noteworthy to me to kind of follow where the coordinators are. And, with Rob Orich, every, pre-practice availability that we've had since he's been at Nebraska, he's always been with the linebackers, and almost kind of, just really kind of going through the individual periods with that particular group. He was asked about it today and said, he played linebacker, obviously. It's very important to him. But I think he's very hands-on with that group. I think it's a group that within this defense is going to be very important. And I don't know about you guys. I mean, when you're kind of talking about, position groups and you're ranking them for like what the strengths are or what could be the strengths, I'm at least willing to probably listen to, the top three of Chambliss, Foster, and Shavers, being a pretty talented trio, and I think an upgrade over what they had at linebacker last year. So, it's always interesting to me that he's spending a lot of time there whenever we're able to kind of see him working. And, with the defensive line and then also with the edges, I mean, they kind of have them separated out, working as different positions. You've got Rory Manning working with his group and, Corey Brown with his. But, I think that the new additions, I think the fact that they've all coached together at various points will definitely help with just kind of getting everybody on the same page as they kind of try to work this new system.
Michael Brunt's joining us from Husker247.com. A lot is made, and Rule mentioned it, the amount of lean muscle they gained, the amount of fat they lost. Some have opined that, the team looks better coming off the bus, if you will. I mean, I don't know how much of that you pay attention to in terms of like body type and composition and things like that, but did anything stand out from that standpoint?
Yeah, I mean, it looks like a physically impressive team. I mean, I think, that's the thing with, that really stands out along the offensive line is that a lot of really big guys that actually, I think, move fairly well for the size that they are. I'm eager to see kind of how the defensive line shakes out because, Rob Orich said today he wants 6 guys to be able to rotate along the interior of that line. I think it was maybe Matt Rule said they want to get 10 up front total if they can in that rotation. And, it's especially along the defensive line, it's kind of a mix of body types there. I mean, you've got, Dylan Berryman that's, more than, probably the 350 that he's listed there. You've got the incoming transfers in Whittington and Stoudemire that are a little bit kind of stockier, I guess, but certainly athletic. Kind of a mix of rotational guys that all look, physically better, I think, than maybe, what we've seen in the past. I'm thinking of a guy like Fotu, who's been around the program for a long time. And it finally looks like he's in a position rotationally in a bigger way. They're bigger at linebacker. I mean, Chambliss is, they list him at 240. I think that's probably pretty close to what he is. I think Foster's right at 235, he said today. So it's a much, bigger team, especially on defense. Will that amount to anything once they roll the ball out there on September 5th? We'll see. But, I mean, I'd at least be willing to believe the numbers that Matt Rule threw out there. I mean, they very much have looked like they've been putting in work in the offseason.
Bruns, along those lines, like we've had a conversation, I think on and off, John and I have with some of our guests over the last couple of weeks about the talent level of this team, because it seems like there are some that are pretty bullish. This is, I've heard like the term, this is easily the most talented Matt Rule team that he's had. Like that, it's hard to gather that in 20 minutes, right? I wonder if that's something that's been on your mind, though, in the lead up to today and your priors and kind of how you approach today from that perspective of where the talent level ranks compared to his first 3 teams.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard the conversation. I think is it clear that that's the case? At certain spots, yes. At others, I don't know. When you look at what the running back group is, I think there's a number of guys in that group that if you needed them to could go in there and get you yards and play reasonably well. Are they more talented than, what Nebraska's had at that spot before? I don't know. I mean, I think, last year, certainly it was kind of a similar conversation. But, Emmett Johnson sure seemed pretty talented last year. I think I'm just kind of going through some of the position groups in my head. I don't know. I mean, like, is it head and shoulders above what they've had in the past? I don't think so. But, I mean, I think that they've really upgraded at certain spots and at spots where they needed to. BC and I always talk about this, that, linebacker is one of those positions where if you can have a guy that's at least like, in the mix for, a first team type all conference honor, or at least kind of plays that way, it just makes you so much better on defense. And I think that's one area where they've really upgraded. So, I mean, that's a really rambling, long way of saying, I guess so. I mean, I don't know that I would say like just, head and shoulders above what they've been. I think they've got a little bit more potential. I think we'd be talking about more of that potential if you kind of didn't have the schedule being what it is, kind of waiting for you, especially towards the back half of the season.
When Rob Orich was talking earlier today, and we're speaking with Michael Bruns of Husker247.com, he was pretty, he wasn't shy to throw out some praise to some of the new names along the defensive line. Even the backups, guys like Tyson Terry, for example, who are essentially newcomers. I mean, last year they were injured, couldn't play much, couldn't practice much. You also bring in guys from the outside, long in the tooth guys like Anthony Jones to come off the edge and maybe make some things happen. Do you get the sense that, as much as we talk about the running backs on the offensive line having questions, and yet the offensive coaches seem to like that room, that Orich likes the room that he has on the defensive line as we question, just how much of an impact they'll have this year?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's kind of the defensive version of that. It's interesting too. I mean, you have a new defensive coordinator coming in, new position coaches coming in that are coaching that group. And from their perspective, they're probably like, well, last year's not on our tab. Like we weren't here coaching that group. So I do think that they have a mix of guys in that defensive line group where they feel like they can be effective and run what they need to. You've got guys like Williams Nwaneri in there who, former 5-star recruit who, looks the part of an NFL defensive end if there ever was one. You've got some quick twitch guys like Whittington and Jones that they like. I think it's just going to come down to, their ability to stop the run and be a little bit more stout in that way. So, maybe part of that is confidence in the system. Part of that is, just having another year of, some of these guys being in your program, like a Van Poppel, like a Lafotu. You mentioned Tyson Terry. I mean, he's a good example of another guy that's just, he's a year older and he's been around and, has gone through a full off season now. So, I think they do like the potential for that group, even if, you maybe don't have the proven production or guys have had to be in there and be, big rotational pieces along that defensive line.
Brunts, last week, Ja'Cory Barney, when he spoke to the media on that media day, if you will, he mentioned the quote unquote, as he called them, ankle bites. That something that he needs to get better at avoiding this year. I know that we've been, we've joked about it on the show for years about how it's like the wind can sometimes blow him over. Like, what would it mean for the program if he was able to add a little bit extra to his game in that regard, where he's not getting taken down by some of those ankle tackles and perhaps he could even break a tackle or two in a more physical capacity?
Yeah, I mean, it'd be big. When you kind of talk about, Anthony Calandra being able to extend plays and find guys downfield and forcing defensive backs to cover for extra seconds. I think of a guy like Barney being able to find some space that way. The other thing that Nebraska kind of got away from, it felt like last year, was getting him involved with kind of the short quick stuff for that reason. And it's with his quickness and his speed, if he can make one guy miss, there's big play potential there. So, and that's just on offense. I mean, if, he's going to be back returning punts, you make a guy miss, then you have the potential for even bigger plays there. I mean, that's a big thing for him when you kind of start talking about, how do you get more big plays on offense, which is something that Nebraska desperately needs. I'm curious with, this discussion about, whatever Dana Holgerson's offense is going to look like this year and how it's going to be different. I am kind of curious to see how differently they use Barney, or if they feature him in a little bit more of the way that they, he's done guys with that similar skill set in the past. And part of that is Ja'Cory being able to also just, make plays on his own when the ball's in his hand.
Michael Brunts, Husker 24/7. Bruntsy, I always appreciate it. Thanks a lot. And try to cool down now.
Yeah, I will do that. Thanks, guys.
Bye, Brunts.
You bet. Michael Brunts joining us on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone Hotline. We got more to come, including Joe Zagacki, the voice of Miami. We're going to preview the Hurricanes in 25 teams in 25 grums. That's straight ahead here on Unsportsmanlike Conduct in 1620 The Zone.
countdown is on.
"36 yards, 12 for 19 total. Under pressure, off his back foot, up for grabs, and caught! C.J. Daniels, a tremendous one-handed catch.
Fletcher is the back. Beck looking to throw. They bring pressure. It's picked up. Caught. Tony off and running. Malachi Tony. He doesn't lose foot races. 4th down touchdown as the Canes stretch the lead from 40. Fletcher out as Tony comes in motion. They get it to him. Tony has space. Malachi Tony still running. Touchdown Miami. Electric with the ball in his hands.
It's time for 25 teams in 25 grums.
The program that shocked everybody in the 80s and proved that it belonged was now victim to the program of the 2020s who proved that they belonged and came out of nowhere. Miami, the defending runners-up in the college football playoff, looking for one step further this year. The voice of the Hurricanes, Joe Zagacki, joining us here on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. Joe, we appreciate the time. Thanks for coming on.
Yeah, hi, fellas. How you doing this afternoon?
Excellent.
Well, another year and another new quarterback, this one going back into the transfer portal. And, just like with Carson Beck last year, who was one of the more expensive names out there, Darian Mensah now gets the controls of the offense. What do you think he is expected to bring to this offense that will be better than what Carson Beck did?
Probably protect the football. Carson Beck, the games that Miami lost, they all ended on interceptions. Now, that being said, Beck was very, very good for Miami, found a way to win games. But you look at Mensah's touchdown to interception ratio, it's very impressive. 35 touchdowns, 6 interceptions a year ago. His last 2 years, 60-plus touchdowns, 12 interceptions. He's very accurate. He doesn't get flustered. And to me, the number one thing you need from a quarterback is accuracy. And accuracy comes in a lot of different, forms. You got to be accurate no matter the circumstances. And some guys get flustered. Maybe they don't get off to a good start. Maybe you move them off the spot, whatever the case might be. But this kid, from what I've seen so far in camp, his accuracy is always there.
Joe, one of the guys that we heard multiple times in that highlight package before we brought you on was running back Mark Fletcher, who was incredible in the postseason. As you well know, he had more than 500 yards on the ground, multiple 100-plus yard games, and really was a difference maker in their wins. What level can he reach now? I wonder almost if that gave him like this confidence boost, and we're just going to see him level up entirely in 2026.
It's funny you mentioned that because I agree with you. I think he's going to go to an elite level, which I think he played at during the playoffs. The level he played at the playoffs, quite frankly, was much higher than what we had seen during the season. It was kind of building that way, but he got banged up 3/4 of the way through the year. They started leaning toward Gerard Pringle, a freshman, and Pringle was playing really well. And I thought going into the first playoff game, Jesus, we're going to give the ball to Pringle, and it turned out to be, the Mark Fletcher game, and it was that way in the playoffs. And I was watching Fletcher today in practice this morning. I even talked to him about it after practice. He just loves football so much. It's 1,000,000 degrees out there. They hand him the ball. He follows his right guard. It's just a normal 3-yard smash him up, smashing in the mouth, typical training camp play. Lowers the right shoulder, hits 2 or 3 guys. His rep is over. He comes out, and he's got a smile as wide as can be because he loves football. He loves being the leader of this team. So I agree with you. I think he's going to get to another level. I think that's really good news for Miami.
Talking with Joe Zagacki, the voice of the Hurricanes. Miami is our team in 25 teams and 25 grums. During the highlight montage we had before you came on, Malachi Tony was featured in a couple of them. And certainly last year, it's hard to beat the kind of season he had, over 1,000 yards receiving. Could also do a little running as well. Good punt returner, average over 13 yards per punt return. Is the goal this year to try to find even more ways to get him the ball?
Yeah, I would think so. And the way Mensa distributes the ball, I think there's that possibility. Now, that being said, every opponent is going to try to find a way to vice him or bracket him or just flat out hold him to try to slow him down to force Mensa to go someplace else. So Shannon Dawson's going to have to be creative with him. We see him a lot in the slot. We see him a lot on the move in motion to get easy access into the secondary. And I think that's the most fascinating part about Malachi. My broadcast, my sideline guy, we're on the field the other day. We're kind of lamenting some of the weaknesses that Miami might have compared to the expectations. And then all of a sudden, Malachi catches the ball with 6 guys around him, and nobody can touch him. And I turned to Josh and said, well, they'll have him. And it's funny because I was also there were some old highlights on television here showing Paul Warfield. I don't know if you guys remember Paul Warfield.
Yep.
Great receiver for the Miami Dolphins. Just great body control. And he would pirouette, make all these great plays. I'm watching Tony today, and I said to our offensive line coach that he reminds me of Paul Warfield, different body type, but the same body control. He's just a fabulous player. You mentioned punt returns. He goes into the special teams office before training camp, and he tells them, hey, make me win the punt return job. Put guys back there with me. Make me win the job. That's the kind of player Malachi Tony is.
Joe, obviously, Mario Cristobal known for a line play on both sides of the ball. A lot of talent is gone from that group a year ago, including first-rounder Francis Mauigoa. Like, what do you see in the battles that are going on during camp? Of course, he's a great recruiter. I know that one of the highest-ranked guys, the number 1 offensive lineman, is intact or is incoming into the program. What is the expectation for the group up front this season?
Yeah, they got to pick up where they left off, and that's going to be the challenge. But big people move smaller people, and they are massive. They are huge. You know, we're seeing offensive lines in Miami that we've never seen before in terms of the size. You know, we had Brand McKinney. We had 1, but now we've got 17 of them. I think they had 19 guys in their room. 16 of them were former high school 4 or 5-star tackles. So the way it's shaken out right now, we're 2 weeks into camp. They've got to replace Mauigoa. They got to replace the left tackle Bell, and they got to replace the center. And the 3 guys on the offensive line. Rodriguez is a 5th-year senior. Has been around the program a long time. He'll probably get the nod there. You got McCoy and Okunlola been playing at the tackle spots right now. Those 2 guys have the most experience. It wouldn't shock me if Cantwell ends up inside the beginning of his career. He's a massive human being, the number 1 recruited player in the nation. But you see this a lot in the NFL where guys start their career, ended the career at tackle, but maybe started inside next to some experienced players. I think Miami has that luxury. Got to find their best 5. They're probably choosing from 8. And I'm pretty sure Alex Mirabal will sort that out. I think they're going to be good on the offensive line, probably not at the premier level where they were at the championship game, but they've got about a month in this season to get that rolling. And I think they'll be pretty good to very, very good on the offensive line.
Joe Zagacki, the radio voice of the Miami Hurricanes, joining us on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. Similar to the glory years of Miami football, you know that they were going well when they had so many guys off their defensive line that would end up in the NFL. And of course, a couple of great pass rushers are headed to the NFL after the first round this year. So when you look at this year's defensive line, got a good interior. Scott and Moten return. And then into the portal, Damon Wilson was one of the hottest names out of the transfer portal, former Georgia Bulldog, former Missouri Tiger. How do you see that defensive line shaping up given the losses that were impacted after the end of last year?
Yeah, I don't think those losses can be overlooked. You know, this is kind of the problem you get in college football today. You know, in the old days, you know, you guys knew this in Nebraska, where Miami's great teams, they would lose these guys, but their replacements were already in the program, and they were in the program for 2 or 3 years, so they were able to step right in. So now they lose Bain and Mesidor. two great players. Lightfoot and Blunt have been in the program for 2 years, so they get to step in. Wilson comes in from Missouri, gives them a lot, gives them experience, gives them a man playing that position. You know, you don't go from losing Bain and Mesidor, two guys that are, you know, grown men, to a high school senior or college freshman coming in to take over. That's kind of where Miami was 5 years ago. So I feel pretty good about it. Blunt is, I think Blunt's going to have a great season. He's going to graduate. He's a great story. He came to Miami. He was 16 years old. He's going to graduate in December. I think he's 18 years old. And really smart and physical, highly motivated, can play him inside, can play him outside. I think they're going to be good there. You have the kid that came in from Nebraska, kid came in from Ohio State to give them some depth. Jason Taylor coaches them up. Moat at the end of last year, defensive tackle, he was great. I mean, top shelf player. Spent time with him today. He knows that his career is on the ascension. Scott's a former 5-star player, so I think they're going to be good on the defensive line. But Bain was so tough. You know, you couldn't run on Bain, you couldn't move him, and that would be the challenge. We'll find out. First game is against Stanford. So the first thing Stanford's going to do is run right at the edge to see if Lightfoot and Blunt can hold up. We'll find out, you know, right away. But I think they're going to be okay.
Joe, you mentioned Keona Davis from Nebraska. What is the hope for him in 2026?
You know, I think the hope for him is it takes a lot of guys on the defensive line to keep people fresh. So he's got to play, and he's got to anchor things in there when Scott and Moten aren't in. So he's getting a lot of reps. I think they're really happy with him. I think Damian Lewis, who coaches the defensive line with Jason Taylor, they're pleased with him. I think he's strong enough, showing his strength to anchor the point of attack. So he's got to bring them depth, but competitive depth. Got to be a guy that's got to be ready to play 15 to 30 plays or maybe more, depending on what happens during the course of the year with Justin Scott and Moten. But the hope is that Miami develops him and that he gives them quality depth and quality play.
Joe Zagacki joining us on the Prairie Flower. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was going to say, behind him, we're bringing in, you know, guys that were highly recruited, but they're freshmen.
Joe Zagacki joining us on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. Linebackers look like, you know, most everyone is back, and there's certainly, you know, good productivity there. But you go to the secondary, and again, a couple more guys, Jacoby Thomas and Keontae Scott, they're off to the NFL. So you got to replace some professional caliber players in the back end. Is that a bigger question than the defensive line, or is it still the defensive line more than the secondary?
No, actually, I think the question mark is going to be the depth at linebacker. After Smith and Toure, and both those guys, I don't think we're going to see this anymore in college football. But Toure's like in his 12th year, and Smith might be in his 12th year. They've been here forever, or in college football forever. So we got a lot of veterans there, and then after that, it kind of falls off the shelf a little bit in terms of experience. The secondary, I was watching them today. Miami has O.J. Frederick, who was a freshman All-American, and his body has just been transformed. I think he's going to have a tremendous season. They've got Lucas, who is another specimen, O'Connor. So that's the top three corners. All three guys can run. Damari Brown was injured a year ago. He's healthy. He was a 4.5 to 5-star recruit. That's 4. Jabari Antoine had to play last season in the playoffs because of injuries. That's 5. Fitzgerald is a safety. He was an All-American as a freshman. Poyser was a 1AA All-American as a freshman, played great last year. And then they brought Thornton in from Boston College, who's been really good. So they're like 8 or 9 deep in the secondary. And I think that's going to allow them to redirect receivers, play a lot more man. And I think that should also help them with their run defense, because one of those guys can drop down in the box and help them out in run support. I think they're going to be really good in the secondary.
Joe, last one for me, and this might be a weird question, but last year's team, of course, makes it all the way to the national championship. And so when something like that happens, I think the immediate thought process for a lot of people is like, okay, let's get back there. That's the ultimate goal, of course. Nothing else really matters. But I wonder if there is a bit of unfinished business for the Hurricanes, given that they didn't win the ACC, let alone make it to the conference championship game in front of them. So has there been talk about like, hey, we want to do this before we can start worrying about those other even bigger goals that we'll have for December and January?
Yeah, well, every year we try not to put the cart before the horse by talking about winning the ACC. But as you know, fans of Nebraska, well, same as Miami, I don't know if the Miami fans care about winning the ACC. They just want to win the damn national championship. They want to be back to the top of the mountain. And probably, I know if Miami won the ACC championship, that there would be, you'd be able to beat your chest on that, much like Nebraska winning the Big Ten. But our fan base, like your fan base, has seen national championships, and that's what they want. And last year when Miami was making this run, I kind of wish the rest of the country could have seen what it did to our community, because it galvanized it so much. And Miami fans do take a bit of a beating, but they're pretty loyal, but they're pretty demanding. And when Miami made this run last year, despite the fact we've got the Heat and the Dolphins and the Marlins and the Panthers, people love the University of Miami down here because they kind of reflect the community. But to answer your question, it would be nice to win the ACC just to end that story, get rid of that narrative that they have never won the ACC. But kind of like Ohio State not beating Michigan, if it has to be the way it was last year and you don't win the ACC but you win the national championship, I'm good with that too.
Joe Zagacki, the voice of the Miami Hurricanes. The season starts at Stanford this year. Classic ACC rivalry. Joe, thanks a lot for the time. We appreciate it.
Could they start the season in a worse spot for Miami?
It's so funny.
As far away as we could go on a night at 9:00 on a Friday night. I thought we played for the championship last year. What in good God's name is that all about?
I don't know. That's a good question. It could be worse. You could be headed to Australia.
Yeah, I'll pass on that one. Football anyway.
Thank you, Joe.
Thanks, Joe.
All right, fellas. Thank you.
You bet. Joe Zagacki joining us on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. So as we mentioned, the season starts at Stanford, and then things really pick up October the 3rd for the first. Well, it's not the first, obviously. It's the second ACC game. Actually, it's the third because they're at Wake Forest. So their first three ACC games are all on the road. At Stanford week 1, at Wake Forest week 3, and then at Clemson in week 5 with a couple of bye games essentially smashed in between. So it's a weird kind of front half of the schedule, but the advantage is you got a lot of home games in the back half, with the exception of one very notable road game, and that is November 7th at Notre Dame. One could be a little spicy given what happened between these two teams last year. Not so much on the field, but off the field.
Yeah, with the rankings. We talk about this game all the time. It's my second most anticipated game of the entire football season. The only other one that I'm interested in more is Ole Miss LSU, and that's more narrative-based than anything. This is because it's great on the field. I mean, this is like a national championship type matchup. This is a matchup for, upper half seeding, upper, couple team seeding. It is a wild schedule. After that Clemson game, only 2 road games the rest of the way. North Carolina on Halloween and then Notre Dame the next week. Otherwise 5 home games in their final 7. It's a team, that it's like motivation. Where do they find motivation after last year? I imagine it's by kicking the crap out of a lot of teams on their schedule this season. They're going to be really, really good. There are certainly questions to be asked. For me, I wonder, how do those questions show up against Notre Dame, and how do they show up in a playoff? I think that they are most certainly going to be a playoff team. The question is, can they find that magic and make a deep run again like they did a year ago?
And the two teams that upset them last year aren't on the schedule, so that certainly helps a little bit.
Louisville and SMU.
Crazy to think, we've lamented Nebraska's lack of winning a conference since 1999. Miami hasn't won one in 25 years.
It's nuts, man. It's crazy because when they joined the ACC, it's going to be them. Remember, they set up, John, the divisions originally. It was them on one side and Florida State on the other. So it was like, oh man, we're going to see this team a ton. And yet they have only won their division one time, and that was all the way back in 2017. And they played in the conference championship game against Clemson, and they got killed. They lost 38-3. So they've only won the division once. They've never won the conference. And yeah, their streak is almost as long as Nebraska's. I think that they will be changing that in the next handful of months.
Yeah, I don't know. I have, like Joe said, you don't have to win the ACC now. I mean, it's kind of sad, but it's a byproduct of all these bloated conferences. Winning the conference just isn't that big a deal.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, some will argue, well, but you'll get a bye. And you'll get
it does.
Get that.
But remember,
it does. But at the same time, I mean, Miami literally proved you don't need it. You really don't. And Miami was literally the last team in terms of getting that spot over the Irish, and they certainly backed it up by running roughshod through the playoff until they got to Indiana, and then gave Indiana their best game of the postseason. So. It's too bad for Miami. They lost so many guys to the NFL, but with the transfer portal, they bring up a lot of other folks. I'll be very curious to see how this team does this year, because they fall into a category like a lot of other programs where they lost a lot of key guys at certain spots, but if they're smart in the portal, if they're smart at plugging and playing, which they got some of that last year. If they can do that again, they'll be in the same position as they were last year, and maybe a step better, knowing that they won't have to, eke out an argument in a committee room to get a playoff bid.
Bingo.
Coming up next, it is Mitch Holtis and his training camp update, brought to you by Hy-Vee. We'll get an update from Mitch when we continue on Unsportsmanlike Conduct in 1620 The Zone.
Xavier. I feel like a veteran. I like the old veteran now in the wide receiver corps.
Yeah, I'm kind of feeling like a vet now, man. But yeah, it's cool just to have guys that's asking those questions. I was a guy asking those questions, and I feel honored to be able to help the younger guys and obviously be a lesson for them and help them.
When you backed up this year and looked at your game, saying I need to do these things better, what have you made a priority?
Play every play 100%. Obviously, be stronger at the point of contact. Obviously, with this offseason and me and Andrew last year, it was getting that shoulder back and obviously being able to do the things that I couldn't do last year, which was limited by the shoulder. So I just want to be able to get better as an overall receiver and route running included.
The world's best tailgating begins at Hy-Vee, proud grocery sponsor of the Kansas City Chiefs. That was Chiefs' third-year wide receiver Xavier Worthy speaking with Mitch. Mitch joining us now from the road. As you heard, Worthy, the shoulder was at times an issue last year. Had the same number of starts as his rookie season, but the touchdowns were down, the targets were down, the receptions were down. How much of it was injury versus how much of it was maybe a sophomore slump? And what needs to change now as he enters his third year?
Yeah, you guys, we're featuring every day this week. We had Carl Office yesterday. We're featuring guys that have to take the next step. If the Chiefs are going to get back to try to win the division, back to being a Super Bowl contender, there are just some players that you're going, oh, well, that's nice. That'd be great if they could do that. No, they have to do that. And I put Xavier Worthy in that class. 101 catches in 2 years. But here's the stat, only 58 for first downs. We know he's 4-2-1, speed, double move, get behind the defense guy. But Worthy, and he's not the biggest guy, but you still have to be a 3rd and 8, run a 9-yard slant, catch it, get a first down, maybe break a tackle and get 12, because that's the way the NFL is going now. That's who the money receivers are, the Puka Nakuas and the Jackson Smith and Jigbas, Cooper Kupp in his prime. But Xavier's got to get some of that. We know he's got the deep stuff. He's got to be reliable, and he's got to be trustworthy for Patrick Mahomes. And I'm not casting aspersions on him. It's just that step's got to be done for him in his career. And he re-injured his shoulder, it was a week ago Saturday. He went down on a deep ball, and he caught it, but he just went down awkwardly on the same shoulder he had the surgery on. Well, he's been out, but he's back now. He was back yesterday and today getting limited work. But at some point, he's got to become more than just a guy. And so that's why we're kind of putting him in the center spot.
Mitch, along those lines, there's been so much talk over the last couple of seasons, and I imagine you have heard a lot of it and probably been asked about it, in regards to the weapons that Mahomes does or doesn't have compared to what it was like in the first few years as a starter. I wonder what you think of those conversations and I guess what the front office has done in terms of bringing these guys in, whether it's in the draft or from free agency.
That was the biggest criticism of Brett Beach this year, was there were receivers there. And college football just keeps pumping out a bunch of receivers because that's what everybody wants to play. The high school star wants to be the star wide receiver and get paid and be, Jamar Chase. Well, the move for defense and getting Delane at 6 and then getting Peter Woods, I think is going to play out very nicely. Now, the one guy that comes into the focus here too is Cyrus Allen, the rookie out of Cincinnati. He's had a really good camp. He got waylaid with an injury. He was out there today. Then he goes back in for a second, came back out. But if he can prove reliable on the category I just talked about, then the Chiefs have hit some gold. But your question's a good one. I don't have a great answer because Travis Kelce's been that guy. And in the last couple of years, prior, you had Tyreek Hill. You even had Sammy Watkins to some extent. But somebody's got to develop in that role. Now, the running back room is going to give you some pop there, but that's still a 3rd and 9. You got to get a 12-yard reception on a slant or a tough, tight window catch. And so I don't have an answer for you. Pat needs help there, and somebody's got to emerge. That's why we're kind of looking at it tonight.
Talking with Mitch Holthus, the voice of the Chiefs, brought to you by Hy-Vee, official grocery partner of the Kansas City Chiefs. You mentioned Delane a moment ago, Monsieur Delane, the number 6 overall pick. We get the benefit. Our old colleague Matt Foster, who used to work at Channel 7, now works down in Kansas City. And we see a lot of practice videos that he tweets out. And we saw Delane on a couple of routes today. Now he's not fully cleared. He's still in the non-contact jersey. How soon before we can see him, in full go mode as he ramps up for his first season?
Well, this is kind of Mitch doesn't have a great answer for you tonight. Because I don't know. It's a shoulder injury that he had during OTAs. Now, all of the vibe I'm getting from staff and coaches is it's okay. There's nobody like panicking. So I would guess maybe it'd be great to get him back for like that last preseason game against the Seahawks, just to get him some live and hitting and tackling. He's an aggressive guy. He's not afraid to tackle. But he's got to just get this thing healed up so he's ready to go on September the 14th. But I haven't heard definitively, like, oh, we're going to get him back tomorrow or get him back next week. So I'm still up in the air on that one.
Mitch Holthus, the voice of the Chiefs. Mitch, what do we got tomorrow? Who's on the spotlight tomorrow?
Well, and before I do that, we got Omaha fans coming up like every day going, hey, we listened to it. We love it. Oh, no. And so I want to give you some today. Grant Payson, Brogan Payson, and Melissa Payson. They're Millard West Wildcats. And they're out there. They on the West Burbs, Omaha. They love it. They listen to this segment. They love the Chiefs. And people are coming up at camp going, hey, we listen to you guys. So they actually listen to this, which is kind of a novel thing.
Nice.
Tomorrow,
we appreciate it. Thank you.
We're going to Noah Gray. We're going to Noah Gray. So if Kelsey, in all reality, won't be a 1,000-yard guy and he goes to 700 yards, where do those 300 yards come from? We're going to go to Noah Gray because Noah Gray is a guy that also has to jump up, not like, oh, well, that's cool. He had a better year. No, Noah has to have a better year. And that's where we're going tomorrow night.
All right. We'll look forward to it. Mitch, appreciate it. Enjoy the rest of the evening, and we'll talk to you tomorrow.
Shout out to the Millard West Wildcats. Let's go.
Thank you, Mitch.
Right. Millard West.
All right, see you guys.
Brought to you by Hy-Vee, your official tailgate headquarters for Kansas City Chiefs football. Baymon says, I love how Mitch is always talking about Nebraska folks at spring practice. It's actually not spring practice. It's
training
Training camp. This is the real deal.
Let's go.
But there's a lot of people that go down to St. Joe from around here. So if you see Mitch, give him a shout out and say how much you enjoy the segment, because we hear all the time from all the negative Nellies in the YouTube comment section. Oh no, we got to talk about the Chiefs again. Oh, this is terrible. Well, we want the opposite. We want to hear from the Chiefs fans who appreciate what we do. Remember, all of the Chiefs' success is because of this program. Ever since Mitch started making regular appearances, the Chiefs have never been more relevant. They've never been better. They've never won more games or more titles than they have been since they have been a member of the 1620 The Zone Unsportsmanlike Conduct family. So you're welcome, Chiefs Kingdom.
And wow, does that make Mike Stibbs a happy camper? Wow,
does
that make him a happy camper?
Ever since Stibbs said, guys, we really need to
We
book
should
Mitch
try
Holthus
this
every week.
We should try this. It would be a lot of fun. And look at us now.
That's
look
right.
At us now.
So Chiefs fans, while you're thanking us, also thank Stibbs.
Nice.
At Stibbs on Twitter. Go there right now and say,
Oh,
Stibbs,
thank you.
The Chiefs Kingdom thanks you for bringing on Mitch Holthus every week. And we appreciate all the success it has brought our wonderful, wonderful franchise. And they're great fans. We'll be back. When we come back, hot take market.
Let's go.
Super hot take market. Oh, my God, people. What are we doing here?
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I got one for you.
Okay.
I got somewhat a spicy one. By the way, before we go to break, speaking of the NFL, two things. Number one, congratulations to Kyler Murray. You somehow beat out J.J. McCarthy to get the starting job. How did that ever happen? I have no idea.
Amazing.
And also, happy 107th birthday to the Green Bay Packers.
Nah, don't have to wish them any good wishes.
Founded on this day in 1919.
Remember the Great War? It's not called World War I yet.
It's the war to end all wars.
It never will have a war again, shall we?
All it took was the Indian Packing Company of Green Bay to give them $500 for uniforms, and they got their name on the jersey, and it's still the Packers to this day. That's all it took, $500.
It's too bad it wasn't $800. It was $500.
It was only $500.
$800
back then. That's like $800 back then was like $1 million.
800. Let's see, $500 in what was it? 1919.
1919.
That would be, John. You are way off. That is $9,820 today. It's not even
$800.
It's not even 10 grand.
Wow. Not even 10 grand. Thank you, President T.
No, I don't think that we're thanking him for that. I don't think we're thanking him for that.
All right, we'll be back with Super Hot Take Market. It's coming up on 1620 The Zone.
Don't forget to enter online for your chance to win 1620 The Zone's 5K preseason plunder. You can stock up on provisions, rebuild your man, or do whatever you like to get ready for the upcoming season. Enter to win now at 1620thezone.com. It's sponsored by Ag Consulting Group. You want to go first today?
Sure. I'll go with my first hot take in the form of a question. Now, you know what? I'll give an opinion. John, we should no longer call it lightning and thunder. It should just be called lightning. The noise is the lightning. Why do we call it lightning and thunder?
Is the noise
like
the
a dumb
lightning?
debate.
The lightning is the noise, Nick. It comes out of the sky, the lightning crashes into the ground, and then we hear it eventually. I'm not wrong on this, am I right, John?
Well, I mean, yes, that is
Thank
what creates the noise, but, I mean...
Oh, is
it's
your
still
dog in front of your screen?
Well, it's still, I mean...
John, get your wood off the camera.
What is that?
What is what?
Something's in front of your camera.
You're being consumed by the void.
Yeah, what the world's going on?
It's a fly.
Jeff
Look,
Goldblum.
it's a fly. Here, zoom in on that sucker. Hang on a second. That is. Oh, let me get.
Stop clicking it, John.
That is a fly.
All right.
I didn't have the screen up because I was. Oh, now he just left. Yeah, that was a fly.
I was so
like,
confused.
what are you talking about? Because the frame of the computer is black and the fly is a dark color, and so I'm like, what is that? And then I look, it's a fly.
That's awesome. Anyway, lightning. Lightning makes the noise, does it not?
Right, but
I've never. I
swear I was not inebriated. I was not under the influence of anything when I thought of this. I was really tired though, and so I might have been loopy. But I thought of this last night when I was going to sleep. And I was like, why don't we just call it lightning?
So if you're closer to where lightning strikes, does the sound hit you faster?
Yes, it's called the speed of sound. And I'm not talking about the Coldplay song.
No, I get that. But like, I guess I thought that was a different noise, like lightning hitting like the ground sounded different than the thunder that came after.
No, it's the thunder is created by the disturbance in the atmosphere that the lightning creates.
Yep.
That's where the noise comes from. That's why you typically count, for every second.
Is that miles?
Between when you see the flash and you hear the thunder, gives you an idea how many miles away the lightning bolt was.
Yeah.
Like
Nick and Oppenheimer when the bomb blows off and then it hits them 15 seconds later?
No,
that's lightning.
I understand the speed of sound stuff. I'm a little mind blown right now. I didn't realize it was the same thing.
Baymon's got the right attitude. Dumb debate on a Tuesday is messing with my head. I mean, this isn't. You're not wrong, but there are a lot of things that make noise. It's not like when
but it's the lightning that's making the noise. We call the noise thunder, even though we should call it lightning. All I'm trying to do is stand up for lightning here, folks. Josh Peterson, for lightning. Everyone is always talking about the thunder. No, we need to say, wow, that lightning was really loud. That's what I think.
Good grief.
What's your hot take, John?
NIL and the transfer portal have broken way too many brains.
Oh, what happened this time?
Okay.
Oh, are you whining about Scott Van Pelt?
Yes. I'm sorry. I like Scott Van Pelt. I like Stanford Steve, but this is a stupid opinion. They are convinced now that because of the NIL and the transfer portal, this is the reason we need to get rid of preseason polls because it makes things too hard to predict. Here are the quotes from Stanford Steve. This is a lot harder to prognosticate now that what are teams going to be because you really don't know. Van Pelt said, look at last year. Because there will be teams that just presume are going to be good based on the pedigree of their past. Some of the people that looking at the portal acquisitions and thinking that should work, but you don't know. So we're not supposed to predict things anymore because it's too hard to predict. Again, the preseason rankings are not the boogeyman. The polls don't determine the national championship. The polls haven't determined the national championship in over 20 years. Stop looking at the preseason polls like it's the boogeyman and stop using NIL and the transfer. Oh, it makes things too hard to predict. We're not supposed. If everyone was great at predicting things,
well, they would be predictions.
Vegas would be out of money and we'd have no point in the season because we'd all be able to correctly identify who was good and who was bad. It's just
this whole NIL transfer portal thing has just made people very confused and lost. And now we're using it to blame the preseason polls, which have now turned into the boogeyman all of a sudden.
For the record, I listened to the pod. When the quotes that you read, they were actually talking about themselves. They weren't talking about the polls. They were talking about, like, I don't know how to predict the season right now. They were describing. Now, they did talk about the preseason rankings and how they don't think that they should be around, but they were mainly talking about it from the standpoint of,
I
don't know how to
using that as
predict
part
college
of the
football.
defense.
Yeah. I disagree with them. I think that whining about preseason polls is really weird and dumb, but the conversation was so little about preseason rankings, and it was more like, I don't know what to expect this year. And they were talking about more as a good thing than a bad thing.
Well, sure, it can be a good thing, but you don't have to bring the polls into all of this. And I grew up during an era where the polls decided the national championship, and I don't remember a lot of people saying, man, if we just got rid of these preseason polls, everything would be better. Now, all of a sudden, the polls are irrelevant, but we got to get rid of the preseason polls because they create some kind of false sense of expectation. Welcome to sports. We're all creating false senses of expectation.
Hot take that I could be talked into. Conference realignment is about to go down, and it might be the final big move before whatever happens with the Super League. Did you see what Tom Chattel wrote in his latest column, John?
No, but I think Woods is reading it to Wrigley right now.
So Tom said, just when you thought realignment and expansion was dead, I wouldn't be surprised to see the Big Ten and SEC make some expansion moves while the PCSA is on hold. And if I were a betting man, I'd pay attention to Florida State, Miami, Stanford, and Cal for the Big Ten. Obviously, the latter two, I think, would be quite surprises, but the former wouldn't be, and that's because Florida State and Miami, or one or the other, would allow entrance into the state of Florida, continue their coast-to-coast domination. The only reason, John, that I'm not willing to go all the way here, because the conference is already an unwieldy size. Adding 2 teams would make it even more unwieldy. Adding 4, I mean, what are we doing there? 22 teams in a league? But if there is going to be a bit of realignment, and they're worried that the next move with the PCSA would keep them from moving around, I wonder if they're like, hey, let's try to do it as fast as possible just to get it done. Again, I can be talked into it. I don't fully believe it's going to happen.
Well, listen, far be it from me to defend the people that run the sport, because they never think long term. They always think short term. But what would be the benefit to a Cal or a Stanford? There's no benefit.
Well, they would have travel partners. They would have.
Okay, so we're gonna split
partners.
the pie by 2 more schools for travel partners. They weren't worried about travel partners before.
No, wait, you said what would be the? Oh, I thought you meant what would be the benefit for those schools. You're saying what would be the benefit?
Oh,
for the Big Ten?
I'm talking about the benefit to the conference.
Yeah,
because listen,
Smarty Pants joining the league
right now, there's no benefit to it. You don't want to divide the pie even further.
Yes, I agree. You said it the other way. That's why I was confused.
I don't think. Listen, who knows what's going to happen with the Saving College Sports from Itself Act? But even if it does happen, right now, I think the Big Ten is just fine with where they are, and I think the SEC is just fine with where they are right now. The next time, the thing that motivates the college conference expansion and contraction is the television contracts, which aren't up for a few more years now. So that's the next window to look at. I don't think a threat by Washington is necessarily going to change anything, because, again, you're just dividing the pie even more. Why would a Nebraska and an Iowa want to share even more of their money with 2 schools that right now give them no value other than Olympic sports? And Olympic sports ain't bringing you any money.
No, definitely not.
I have a hot take.
What's that?
Unless John has another.
Nope, I'm done.
Wait, Dealer says this is my worst hot take effort of all time? What? Really?
Wow.
All right. Couldn't disagree more. You wouldn't be surprised if there's conference realignment again? And I said I didn't agree with Chattel on the West Coast schools. I was talking more about the Florida schools. Okay.
I wrote this down in content, so you guys obviously don't have to give your takes on it.
Okay.
Season 3 of Hot D was really good, and I would even put it up there with some of the best seasons of Game of Thrones. And
wow.
And
after
seeing the entirety of season 3, I think season 2 was also good now.
Okay, now that is a terrible take.
Season 3, you
like how they hang out at Harrenhal?
You needed season 2 to be what it was to
Bad?
make season 3 what it was. And it wasn't that it was bad, but there was a lot of important setup that needed to happen in season 2 that you saw the payoff for in season 3. Season 3 was great. It was better. And I'm not saying season 2 was up there with the good seasons of Game of Thrones, but season 3 is fantastic television. Very good.
Okay.
I like Hot D.
Okay.
John, what's that face?
I can't wait to talk about it because I know John finished the show. When I told him I was going to stop watching, he said, I'm still watching. So he'll give us his takes in a little bit.
Can't wait. Can't wait to hear what you guys say.
Alex and Lincoln says, my hot take, Josh has definitely had worst hot takes. Thank you. That was not that bad of a hot take.
Woods hated it.
I guess so.
Woods did hate it. He absolutely did not like it at all.
You know who I don't hate?
Nick?
Well, yes, but I was saying Steve Sipple.
Oh.
Good for Sipple.
He joins us next
on 1620 The Zone.
Sipple the snowflake is one old triggered soul with reading glasses sitting on his nose and takes that really blow. Sipple the snowflake deserves a mouthpiece to the face. He says LeBron's the GOAT and Steph will choke. Then he runs to his safe space. Hey, we gotta be careful here. He tells us when we speak. But when 10 games air in a day, he thinks that's too many. Oh! Sipple the snowflake says words like mature. He's a blogger now and an honor too, and also really old.
I don't know if today was like Christmas for Sip.
Oh,
maybe it was like Christmas Eve for Sip. What the first open practice 20 minutes that you get in the fall? Can you compare it to a holiday?
Come on.
I mean, I know how you enjoy being able to watch the limited time that you get, but I figured there was some celebration involved. Maybe some presents, exchanging of gifts.
Oh, no, it was good. I mean, it was nice to get out there, see a little bit, but no, I wasn't in a celebratory mood.
Oh, that's too bad.
Really?
So you're saying
Okay,
the team's not going to be very good?
I'm a little surprised by that news, Sip. I figured you'd be like a little happy to be watching some football.
Oh, I was. I mean, come on.
A little happy, not like over the moon, but like football, pads, hitting each other, practice, throwing, running, receiving, blocking, tackling,
yelling at people,
It
thudding.
was cool.
Hell yeah, it was.
Yeah, it was good. It was good. It was quick. It's very quick.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm reacting differently if it wasn't. It's like 20 minutes, but it's definitely worthwhile. It's kind of sensory overload a little bit. You're trying to see it. It really is. You're looking at a zillion different things. But it was good. Yeah. Thank you.
What is the first thing you look for when you have an opportunity like this?
Well, the first thing you see, I'll just try to take you through it. So you walk in, and always the first group you see is the offensive line. So it's sort of by default. You can't see anything because the offensive line is always working indoors in the Hawks, and you're kind of making your way to the outdoor area.
Yeah.
So you pass the O-line. So right away, you do see the O-line. I wasn't, for some reason, overly interested in the O-line.
Whoa.
They do have a nice group. Yeah, I wasn't. They have a good group, but okay, now this is where I got to be careful not to be negative, Sipple, but it's not. It doesn't blow you away with the way it looks. It doesn't. I mean, that they've added good pieces. Pritchard is certainly a specimen. The left tackle, but I've seen him plenty. The new guys are good players, but they don't. They don't blow you away with the way they look. So I didn't really need to see any of that. It was interesting. I mean, so right away you asked me, what did you see? Well, the first thing I actually saw was Rule and Dan and Tyler Kai, who's like an associate AD. And they're out there with I'd say some well-heeled money people. They're out in the middle of the field. So kind of like Rule and Dan are in sort of entertainment mode, or, they're wooing people probably is what's going on. It might be, I might be making an assumption there, but I don't think so.
Yeah.
I mean, they had like the associate AD in charge of revenue distribution is Tyler Kai's title. So, that's what that is. And then you make your way out. You make your way out to the outdoors, and then it's sensory overload. You're looking at a zillion different things. You're trying to size up a lot in 20 minutes. So I looked first at the running back, and I'll let you interject here. But I looked
first the running back. And again, it's a good-looking group. It's nothing, nothing really wows you. But I wanted to look at number 32, Tyke Hayes. That was good. You see it. He looks like a Division I running back. Check.
Well, that's good.
Yeah, the most, I'd say the thing in closing this, the thing that makes the biggest impression on you about this team, in my opinion, is the two linebackers they brought in, one from Oregon State, one from San Diego State. They completely changed the look of the linebacker room. Chambliss, now John, this will mean more to John. I was talking about the old. Chambliss has the body type of like a Carlos Polk.
I remember Carlos Polk.
Okay, 6'3", 240.
Neck roll.
Big, Carlos wore neck roll. And Foster 6'3", 235. They're the best. They make the most profound impact on you, on the team. And unless you want to say Winery, Williams Winery. But I think those two guys do.
But you've seen him before.
There was we got a couple texts from Alex and Lincoln who said, "Oh no, Sipple thinks they'll suck. 2-10 prediction incoming." Would you agree or disagree with that assertion?
Oh no, I don't think they're going to be 2-10. But I said it on a message board, so I don't mind saying it out here. The team does not. It's not a team that blows you away with the way they look. I mean, it's not. They don't. It's
interesting because they've been getting some smoke this week as the proverbial get off the bus team.
Yeah.
No, they're not. They're not that. There's a few positions, like I said. There's a couple positions where they are not the proverbial get off the bus team. I just want to make that very clear. I've covered that program a long time. They're not that.
Do they look better than they've looked in the last few years, at least, or no?
No, I suppose. I mean, not. I wouldn't say appreciably better.
Mm-hmm.
Better in spots is the best way to put it. Certainly at linebacker, better. Edges are good looking. Okay, so this is just the answer to your question, and it will remain the answer going forward. This won't change. It's a better looking team in spots. I mean, it's not like the receiver room's really good looking. It's a good looking group of receivers.
As it should be.
We've had receiver rooms here that wouldn't pass muster at Akron. Okay, we've had that here.
Like the Billy Kemp here. No offense, Billy Kemp, but that receiver
wow,
room
Billy Kemp
that receiver room was terrible 3 years ago.
Wouldn't pass muster at Eastern Michigan. You're right. They do pass muster now for any Big Ten team, virtually any Big Ten team not named Ohio State. So they're I mean, just looks wise. I'm not saying they're the best group of guys besides Ohio State, but looks wise, they look good. It's a good looking group. Again, for the fifth time, the two linebackers they brought in, great looking. Shavers looks better. Shavers kind of leaned up. Now Shavers might say, "Simple, I don't even know why they have that guy on. I didn't lean up. In fact, I'm heavy." He looks leaner. He looks leaner and more fit to me. He looks like a guy who said, "I got to lean up because it's going to be tight competition with Dexter Foster." That's what it looks like. The edge group is a good-looking group. The interior line group, not a great-looking group. Interior defensive line, not great-looking. Edges, pretty good-looking. So it's totally in spots. They do look better in some spots, but not. There's others they don't. They look pretty good. They look like you'd expect a team to look that's picked in the middle.
I was just gonna say, yeah.
So, Sip, so marry these points together. In speaking specifically of the interior defensive line, because today at his press gathering, Rob Orich was at the podium and had some good things to say about the interior defensive linemen, including some of the backups, the guys like Tyson Terry, for example, who are going to finally get a crack at this. Kind of marry your observations with what you heard from Orich today.
Well, Orich is going to, listen, Rob Orich's commentary on the team is going to be much different than mine. Okay.
Yes.
For obvious reasons. Now, listen, he's in charge of a unit that it's under the microscope, particularly the interior line. And he was asked directly about the interior line. And he said tremendous progress. Tremendous progress. And he is talking about guys like Tyson Terry and Malcolm Simpson and Sua Lefatu. And come on, help me out. Who else? Now, there's a couple others you could say in there. But that's who he's talking about, a very specific group of guys. And I do think they've made progress there. And we'll find out if it's sufficient. Owen Stoudemire, you have to include in there, because I think Van Poppel and Whittington are your starters, probably. Now, I don't know. I mean, that's the group that you wonder most about if you're smart. Time will tell on that. Gabe Moore's certainly in that conversation. How do I marry those? I don't marry what he said. He's got to say what he said right now at the early stages of camp.
Mm-hmm.
Now, not everybody operates that way. Charlie McBride, for instance, used to pretty much lay it on the line. Now, he was always in pretty good shape talent-wise. Holgerson's a guy who kind of lay it on the line. Dana will tell you.
Like with the tight ends last week.
Yeah, and he'll do that. Remember when he came in and just said, these guys are terrible blockers. I don't know what's going on of the receivers. He'll do that. But I don't think it would behoove Orange right now in early August to go up to a podium and say, yeah, we got some issues inside on the line. I don't think that's the way to approach it. And he didn't. So, I mean, I just take what he said with a grain of salt. I will say this about Orange. His appearance today was excellent. I thought he looked and felt, not looked, his looks did not change, but his demeanor changed from the spring, I thought, now there's a guy you want in front of a defensive room right there. He's clearly confident in his system, which is a proven system. We talked about it. He whipped around the defense at Bemidji State. He whipped around the defense at Idaho, whipped around the defense at San Diego State. He's in the prime of his coaching career probably, and he's got a huge test. But he really was impressive if you watch him. He really was. I'd watch it if I was a Nebraska fan. I came away really encouraged by the leader of that group. It's a huge task he has. It's gigantic partially because of what I said. They're not going to just physically whip you in many cases. Maybe in those early games, but
you would hope so in the early games.
Yeah, they're really, really going to have to be sound. For instance, you can't. When you're not, listen, this team's kind of easy to figure out. It's veteran, and they have some guys that have a lot of promise. There's no real stars, though, over there. There's nobody you look at and go, okay, first team All Big Ten no matter what. So they have to be sound, and they have to play together, and they have to, they can't make stupid mistakes. They're not going to be able to overcome that stuff. It's not that kind of roster.
Yeah, Sip, not to turn this into an old guy conversation, but my YouTube algorithm, see, it's going to be funny. It's not going to be that old, though. My YouTube algorithm lately has been feeding me 2012 Nebraska highlights for some reason. I guess once you click on one, you're going to start getting them. But I've seen recently the comeback against Penn State in 2012 and then the comeback against Wisconsin. And so I fire these up. They're 5-minute videos. And I watch them. And my takeaway is, wow, that team was way more talented than I thought that they were in the moment. Because I'm watching, man, and I'm like, these guys are flying around. They got receivers. They have tight ends. The defenses have they're not the Sue Crick, Levante David teams, but they are way better than we said they were in the moment. And I find myself then thinking about this season, like, do they have any of these types of players? Maybe they do at receiver, but do they have dudes like they did in 2012? I don't know if they do.
Oh, it's really informative to do what you did for any fan. I do that on occasion. I went and watched. I told you one time Nebraska playing South Carolina in the bowl. It was a more talented team then. Come on. I mean, it's not a stretch to say it. I mean, I always go to we need teams that I do this all the time. I've done it on your show, but when you think about Malik Collins and Vincent Valentine and Avery Moss and Randy Gregory, okay? When you went over there and saw them lined up, you were watching Alabama, essentially, right? I mean, that's what an Alabama line looks like.
Yeah, all NFL guys.
Yeah. Then in the backfield, there's that period where you're looking at Eric Hagg and Gomes and Ama Kamara. I mean, come on, man.
Yeah.
I mean,
Loaded.
those were some talent. Those were some talented teams. Even post Sue, you go look at those bowl games post Sue, and that's what you're talking about. When you had Rex and Amir in the same backfield, same backfield room. Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying. They don't have that right now. They don't have Rex Burkhead. They don't have Amir Abdullah. They don't have Randy Gregory. They don't have Malik Collins. They don't have those guys with that kind of ability. Maybe Whittington becomes that. That's what you don't know that. Maybe maybe this is it. Maybe Neri's 9.5 sacks this year, like Randy Gregory got, right? But we haven't seen it.
No.
He looks pretty good, but you just haven't seen anything that suggests he's headed towards 10 sacks. And that's what, if you're a Nebraska fan, you hope some big time difference makers are in that crew of guys you just don't know about.
Steve Sipple joining us on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. You wrote about Orich today, and we've been talking defense. When Rule spoke on Saturday, he was asked about the transition to the 4-2-5, and he pretty much downplayed it. It's like, and I'm curious what you thought of that. And then again, not to ask you to go to the chapel and get married again, but marry those words and those thoughts with what you heard from Orich. And I mean, do we tend to make a little too much of these schematic changes from a 3-3-5 to a 4-2-5?
I don't know. That's a great question. Rule did that twice last week.
Yes.
I did it on purpose just to kind of re-ask what he told Kyle Crooks in an interview earlier in the week, where he said that it's not a big adjustment from the 3-3-5. He said because we were in 4 down 60% of the time, 70% of the time in a 3-3-5, which is true. And even in Tony White's defense, they're 4 down a lot. Of all people in this world, I know that because I used to say that all the time. Like, yeah, we always talk about this 3-3-5, but they're 4 down all the time. It's not that big of a deal. And that's what he's saying. It's interesting to hear him talk like that. There are places where the conversation branches off in an area where it's not necessary. It doesn't sound like it's a minor adjustment. Like when Tony Yelk, I think is it Yelk? The safeties coach talks about the importance of Chambliss and McDougal, where you need a couple guys out there that the guys can go to. McDougal, of course, played at San Diego State in Origin system and Chambliss. So they know the system inside and out. Sometimes guys need those guys out there. There's a reason they're here, other than just pure ability. They got to help on the field. Yelk made that very clear. So that's an example of, okay, it's so easy. Why is it so necessary to have those guys out there, right? The conversation isn't perfect in terms of what rules suggest. This is no big deal. In some ways, it does sound like a big deal to me. In some ways, maybe not. Maybe not for the linemen as much, for instance. It's definitely a better deal for some guys like Cam Lenhart. Way better deal. Who doesn't? You guys watch football. Cam Lenhart doesn't belong inside. He's too small. Small guy. He's listed at 6'3", 270. That's not a small guy, but that's a small guy by Big Ten lineman standards. And they would slide. He had to play inside in the 3-3-5. He's beautiful at playing in a 4-3 on the edge, even going out to a 9 technique, which he'll do sometimes. So they got guys like that look good in that system. When Neri's going to look much better in a 4-3. Petchak probably to a certain degree too, and Anthony Jones is probably a starter, by the way. The transfer from UCLA. Those guys look good. In fact, that edge position, I think you have to separate the discussion of the edges from the interior guys. I don't say they're not, they're a big question mark on the D line. I say in the interior line they are. I like the edges. And now that conversation now extends to like a Willis McGahee, who now 4.3. Okay, he looks good in a 4.3. Jordan Ochoa, that's a guy you hear about. He looks like a player now. That's an example of a good looking group too. They look like Big Ten edges should look. Now you've added Jeremiah Jones to that group. Now that picture last week by the way was really misleading. I don't know what he doesn't. There's a picture on the internet, came out on social media that made him look like a monster. It's just like an optical illusion. He looks fine, but he doesn't freak you out like he did in that photo.
Sip, at the call in your column today, at the very end, you mentioned the battle for quarterback 2. Would anything surprise you there, or do you think it's going to be TJ Lateef for sure?
Oh God, no, I don't think that. I think what would surprise me if it's TJ Lateef for sure. That would surprise me. It would surprise me if one guy really separated himself. That's what would surprise me. Maybe you're hearing something different than I am. I don't expect that just to be a open and closed case.
No, for the record, I agree with you.
Okay. Yeah, I would be surprised if one of them sprints off in that race. I think.
But does one need to, Sip? Because you look back at recent history, Nebraska rarely makes it through a season where the starting quarterback doesn't play every important snap necessary. So, is that a question that needs a more definitive answer, especially by the time you get to the Big Ten schedule, just simply because history tells you Calandri is not going to be there for every important snap of the year?
It's all the way you look at it. If they're both playing at a high level, no, neither of them needs to establish themselves. If they're both playing at a high level, it's a great deal, right? You can have two guys go down and be okay. So ideally, you want all three of those guys playing at a super high level. And I think that's possible. I don't. To answer your question, no, I don't think one necessarily needs to establish himself. As long as they're both playing well, it's fine. It's a great problem to have.
Do you think that they're going to announce Calandria as the starter, like in a proper sense, or is it just going to be? It's so obvious to everybody. Are we just going to show up in week 1 and it'll be the depth chart, and then it's off to the races?
I think it'd be really odd. Somebody asked me that the other day. I think it'd be really odd if the rule came out and announced Calandria as a starter. He's the starter.
Yeah.
No reason for an announcement. Unless he just had a horrible August, and then it started to become apparent,
Where there was chatter from people who were watching practice. They're like, hey, it's actually closer than you think it is. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's, you know what? You don't hear as much chatter from practice these days as Rule has tightened things up quite a bit.
Have you joined our colleague Michael Severe on Team Mosey? You seem to believe that Mosey might have the edge at starting running back.
I hear that a lot. Mosey, it's got to be a close race. I don't know. Mosey definitely could be your starter. I know Michael feels that way. He's not the only one. I talked to Sam McEwen in Chicago. Sam felt that way. I hope Sam doesn't mind me saying that. So those are two really smart guys with Team Mosey. So guys who follow the team, both have pretty good connections in that program. So I listened to that. I think it's wide open, really wide open. My guess, and what I've been saying, and what I'll continue to say, is Mekhi Nelson will be the day one starter, and we'll have to hold off Rule and I don't know that he'll be able to. I think Rule really, really captivated the head coach in the spring, and other people, you know. But he had a good spring, Rule. I mean, probably the story of the spring was Jamal Rule, okay? And then he took it into the early stages of camp. So, you know, I could see maybe someone else starting the first 3 or 4 games, and then I just think it'll be hard to hold him out.
Sip, so going back to John's question, last one for me earlier on about, you know, what are you watching for when you first show up? There's going to be another one of these a week from today. Different game plan? Like what's the things that you're going to try to keep an eye on next Tuesday?
Quarterback, maybe a little closer. I didn't even see him. And Rule. Like I always kind of like seeing how the head coach operates. I saw him. Maybe watch Damon a little bit. You know, I didn't. There's so much you want to see.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there's so much. I mean, the reason I've had this discussion with you guys. The reason I like covering football is there's so many compelling storylines. I mean, there's so many moving parts in a football team, and it actually extends beyond just the football players themselves. You know, it extends to the coaching staff, which is gigantic under today's rules, and then even the support staff. There's some storylines like Damon. So there's a ton to think about, and I don't know. I mean, Josh, that's a good question. It's very fresh right now off the first time. So, probably honestly, I know where I was deficient. I need to watch Jeep Wade a little closer. Just the final thought here is, I'd say, wouldn't you guys agree that the 2 key guys, if this thing is going to turn this year, are Orich and Jeep Wade?
100%.
Yeah, those are big ones.
Those are the ones, right?
Yep.
I think those are the ones. Those are the key hires, and both of them have major jobs this year. And so I watched Orich very closely. It was, like I said, extremely impressed by his podium mix. What's that mean? It actually means something with coaches. It does, because the way he operates there is the way he operates in front of the team, probably. And then Wade, I want to see what that Wade picture looks like.
Steve Sipple, Husker Online. All right, Sip. Well, we'll let you wind down from the excitement of today, and maybe treat next week more like a holiday. Maybe, you know, put out some stockings, or, you know, whatever you do for your holidays.
Good idea.
Maybe roast a turkey or something or whatever, but, you know, treat it more like a holiday.
Yeah, just buy some chicken from Russ's or something.
I love chicken.
Nothing says holidays like grocery store chicken. Which is good, by the way. I'm not knocking grocery store chicken, but, you know, when I think holidays, I think grocery store chicken.
Yeah, definitely you should not knock Super Savor or Russ's fried chicken. John, you should know better than that.
Yeah,
oh, it's good. It's good. I haven't had it in a while, but it's good. It does the trick.
Often. Festive. I'll think festive, and we'll talk about that next week, okay?
Bye-bye, Sipple. Have a great rest of your week.
Thank you. Great job, guys. See you later.
Bye-bye.
Great job by you, Sip. There you go.
That was good. There was a lot of people that were like, whoa, Sip is not saying good things about the team right now.
Well,
he says they're the tiny baby Skurs.
No, I mean,
my words, not his.
In all seriousness, though, I always push back, unless you got a team filled with like Goldbergs and Brock Lesnar
and Josh
big
Petersons.
bodybuilder. Yeah, exactly. Josh Petersons.
Yeah.
I just, the whole, you know, they look good coming off the bus. That kind of stuff doesn't matter.
They look good when I'm looking at the mirror.
I've seen a lot of teams that looked undersized and then they went out and just ran circles around somebody else. It's about how you execute. It's about how you take whatever physical gifts you have and translate it to playing winning football. Nebraska has not been losing because they haven't been the best looking team off the bus. They've been losing because they haven't always necessarily been the smartest team or the best prepared team.
Wow, John called them dumb.
The dumbest team off the bus.
You're a bunch of yokels.
No, they're not dumb.
They left their brains on the bus.
All right. What do we got? We got content coming up. We got content coming up. And a quick reminder, make sure you get in your registrations for 1620 the golf tournament. Do it now. 1620thezone.com. The prizes keep ramping up. There's going to be so many. You're going to get more than your money's worth when you enter, but you got to get in now. Less than 2 weeks to go. Spaces are limited. So get your teams registered right now for 1620 the golf tournament at 1620thezone.com.
made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
In our interview with Michael yesterday, where we were all here for it, all of us, we discussed the insider intel from ESPN on quarterbacks around the country. Here's the end of one quote from Mountain West coach, from a Mountain West coach. He's got some of that Johnny Manziel feel to him, where he's explosive. How do we feel about all these Manziel comps lately?
Well, and listen, I get it. He's a mobile quarterback. He can move. He's a little chaotic at times, but he's not the only one in the history of college football. But because he came with a certain attitude about him, a certain demeanor about him, I don't know. Maybe I'm looking at this a little bit too literally, but I don't know. I don't see Calandria doing to Nebraska's offense what Manziel did for Texas A&M, where he just exploded on the scene and did all of these crazy things. I do think there is an element of surprise that could take place this year with Calandria. We were talking about this yesterday with Michael when we were going over tight white T-shirt guys' top 10 quarterback rankings, and nobody from Josh Pate to, CBS Sports to others who have done top 10 Big Ten quarterback rankings, none of them have put Calandria on this list. I don't know if this warrants a list submission, but I do think that by the end of the year, a lot of people will consider Calandria a top 10 Big Ten quarterback. I think he does have the potential of surprising a few folks because he's flying under the radar, which is easy to do in an 18-team conference, especially with a program like Nebraska who's been on the outs for the last few years. That said, though, I think the comparisons to Manziel can be a little bit unfair, and hopefully it doesn't create some weird expectation that fans are, going to see something that's, totally eye-popping like Manziel was, because he just blew up on the scene, and it was like, it's like people saw an alien or something. I don't think you're going to see anything like that, but I think there's better comps that could probably be out there.
Yeah, I mean, Manziel John is a freshman, a redshirt freshman when he started. I did not remember this. 47 total touchdowns. Good Lord. He had 26 passing, 21 rushing. He had 9 picks. As a sophomore, which was a step down year, he still had 46 total touchdowns, 13 interceptions. He had combined 8,000 almost passing yards in his career. He had almost 2,200 rushing yards in his career. I mean, like, poor man's Manziel, I guess, if we want to go that far, if that's the way that we want to describe him, okay. I would be quite surprised if we were discussing him to that capacity. I mean, again, we keep saying this, but a lot of this is going to come down to how low the turnovers were. As crazy of a player as Manziel was, I never thought of him as a turnover machine. He had a great touchdown to interception ratio. That's what is going to happen for Anthony Calandria. That said, the movement around the pocket, outside of the pocket, and a kind of a shorter player, right, who has some moxie to him, yeah, he's going to bring all of that to the table as well. So it's quite interesting. By the way, John, to go back to the top 10 quarterback thing for just a moment, a player that I realized last night when I got home that we never discussed was Drake Lindsey from Minnesota. I'm a little surprised that he was not inside of the top 10. And I mean, I know we talked about it yesterday, but Bryce Underwood being up there is still very perplexing to me. I like Drake Lindsey, big-bodied guy. I think he has a pretty strong arm. We'll see if he can put it together over the course of a full season.
For years, Josh has whined about having the Little League World Series on television. Perhaps it's his fear of children, or maybe he's actually the devil. Who knows?
Oh.
Well, yesterday, those kids grew up because a judge in Tulsa had to rule on an eligibility case with the team that had been disqualified, but the judge's order has reinstated that team. In other words, just like college sports, Little League Baseball is stuck in the courts like adults.
I can't believe it. Though maybe I should believe it, John. The courts are involved in everything that we're doing in society these days. Why not have courts for Little League Baseball? So is this, the eligibility is not age-based, right? A day later after.
Apparently the kid was outside of the,
outside of the area.
Neighborhood, which has been something that has been a youth high school sports thing for ever.
Yeah, I don't understand.
People living across the street from one high school, but going all the way across town to another high school. I mean,
when I played Little League Baseball, Omaha didn't even, like the part of Omaha I lived in, we didn't have a team. So we all had to go, or like a league, we had to play in Fort Calhoun. So everyone who grew up in North Omaha, we were in a Fort Calhoun league, which isn't that far away. It's 15, 20 minutes from where I lived. But that was how far I had to travel when I played in my baseball games. But this is not a Danny Almonte situation. I don't understand, though, how a judge can rule this. If the rules are you are not allowed to have a player from outside of the zip code or whatever it is, how can the judge say that that's not true? I don't understand this.
Stupid activist judges.
Your dog seems to agree. I don't know how the dog is.
Woods agrees. Woods hates
hang
activist
up on
judges.
his dog right now. We're at the studio at 50th and Capitol. What are you doing?
I like dogs, Josh. What, do you hate dogs now too? Don't tell Mr. Banks.
Team dogs.
Hate children, hate dog.
Also, like adults, President T has weighed in on the controversy surrounding FIFA president Gianni Infantino.
Stick to sports.
Our president has warned FIFA that well, there's more. Okay, that removing Infantino due to his plan to sell interest in the World Cup,
sports
to private equity would be
stick to sports.
A terrible mistake, probably like what just happened now. Is President T going to save the president of FIFA's job?
Yes, this is the ultimate payback for all of those things. Remember the controversy with what's his name and the Team USA and getting suspended?
Oh,
and he got reinstated. This is the payback. FIFA does the United States and President T a favor, and now President T is going to save his job. Of course, you better be watching out because here's a long-term list item.
Get the eggs.
After President T leaves office, he's going to be the new president of FIFA.
Oh my gosh, John! Why would he do that? He doesn't.
Because
even like
he needs to be president of something. Why not president of FIFA?
Wow, that would be that would be quite the thing. Though, you know what? They love corruption in FIFA, so that
yes, they do.
He did win the first FIFA prize.
So wait, let's see. What's the question here? Is President T going to save the president of FIFA's job? It's not Thursday, John, but this is a topic that I do not care about. Also, you just reminded me that the World Cup happened. I forgot about the World Cup. That was only like a month ago. Remember the World Cup? We just moved into our new studio and we were watching the World Cup. Wow.
Sport of the future. Sport of the future.
What a time to be alive.
In even more news about adults, a former college golfer with a 2 handicap has resigned from his membership at the St. Louis Golf Club because he lied about getting a hole-in-one.
What?
Zach Holland placed his ball in the cup before the start of the membership event, claiming an ace, only later to admit he was lying. That's insane. Holland hopes that this will take the heat off his family as adults have been directing their online vitriol towards their father. Adults!
This is incredible. So he put the ball in the hole. Now, I have a variety of questions here, John. Most golf courses, if not all golf courses, do not begin a 18-hole course with a par 3. So what hole did he put this?
It was one of the other hole. I don't know which hole it was.
Was he the first? Was he a part of the first group? He had to have been.
These I don't know the question. All I know is this: he's leaving his golf club because he lied about a hole-in-one, and now the adults are getting mad and they're calling him a cheater because he's it's the ultimate.
Wait, are you defending this guy?
I'm not defending the guy, but I'm also not going to defend the online horde who has come after him and his family because he's a golf cheater. I mean, there are a bazillion worse things to be in life than a golf cheater, and he quit the club, so now you don't have to worry about this bum anymore.
Let's not do whataboutism, John. We need to go back to.
It's not whataboutism. It's just who cares? Exactly. It's not Thursday, but I won't be here on Thursday, so who cares?
I have more questions that I have. So here's the other thing. I assume he was playing with a group. How did nobody notice? Like, was his shot that good? Was his shot so bad that it disappeared so quickly out of their line of sight? I can't believe you're defending this loser.
I'm not defending the guy. He cheated, but I also don't care.
If this was Michigan, you would be losing your mind and calling for his.
This is a muni course. This isn't like the Masters. This is some stupid. This is like the caddy tournament at Bushwood Country Club. It doesn't really matter at the end of the day. Who cares? He quit. He quit.
I
He's
can't
done.
believe you're
He's
defending
gone. Leave the guy alone. There's worse things to be in life than a golf cheater.
Nobody is arguing that. Who are you arguing with right now? I have no idea what's happening.
You apparently, you're the one that's saying I'm defending the guy. I'm not defending the guy. I'm just saying he quit, but people are bullying him online. It's like, who cares?
They bullied him before he quit, John. There's a difference in bullying now and bullying then.
Oh my God, he cheated at golf. What a horrible thing.
I can't believe you're
like, he's got to give up his golf club membership all because he lied about a hole-in-one. Who cares?
Wow. Again, if this was a Michigan golfer, I cannot imagine the things that you'd be
saying. He probably is a Michigan golfer. You know, we got to give these guys some slack because they cheated everything. We have to tear the cheating. Cheating in football, horrible. Cheating in golf, nobody cares.
I expected more out of you, John.
Yeah, me too. This is wild.
And speaking of elderly adults, John, very elderly adults, it's Kevin's Hall of Fame induction tonight. John, are you going to boo him? Maybe some light heckling?
Well, if I find out he dropped a ball in a hole and claimed as a hole-in-one,
you'd probably throw a parade for him if he did that.
No, I will not boo him. Only because he won't hear me anyway. I mean, you know, he's going deaf. It's like he's confused now in his old age, but this is a star-studded class. I mean,
is it? Who else is in there?
My friend Steve Lundy is going in. That's great. Ken Shimmick from Channel 10 here in Lincoln, and John Nicely. Man, this is a star-studded class. And Kevin.
And Kevin.
Congrats to all that are inducted.
I hope you and Kevin have a lot of fun tonight.
Nice.
The NBA season is barely 2 months. Oh, what? Really? It's just not over.
Who cares?
It starts in 2 months.
Yet.
Which means it's schedule season for the association.
Woo!
Stop that, Josh. What do we think of opening night and Christmas? In October, we'll see the Knicks raise the banner against the 76ers, followed by Spurs Thunder. And on Christmas, we'll get Spurs Knicks, Heat Celtics, 76ers Lakers, Thunder T-Wolves, and Nuggets Warriors. The NBA, it's fantastic.
Nick, you also forgot the other game that's on opening day. John, have you seen this? Have you heard about this?
Is it Magic Wizards?
Are we bringing back Nebraska, Oklahoma?
No, the Celtics, for some reason, are playing at like 2 o'clock in the afternoon on Sunday. Or on Tuesday. They're playing the Pistons at 2 o'clock our time. We're going to have some day NBA on to begin the season. How cool will that be?
Wow.
We're like
Josh,
NBA Day.
Right through football season already. I mean, the damn thing hasn't even started yet.
It's October, John. Football
just zipping right through there. You are going to lose your football man card over this.
Also, sun will be setting really early by that point in time. That sounds terrible. I like these matchups, John. I can't wait to break them all down with you many months away from now. Many months.
Put this on the list. We will not be breaking down any of these matchups when they happen.
Speaking of the Nuggets, a Greek team is going after Jokic, offering to buy out more than $100 million remaining on his deal to try to get him out of Denver. Could this really happen?
I mean, it could. My question is, why? Why would why
would Giannis do it, or why would the other guy do it?
Well,
or both.
Actually, both.
Yeah.
I mean, Giannis isn't going to leave the best form of the sport in the world to go play for. Well, wait, it's not even Giannis; it's Jokic.
Yeah, Jokic, Nick. What are you doing, Nick? Why did you write it down?
Yeah, someone
wrong?
said Giannis. I know he's Greek, but
I said Jokic.
Yeah. Here's the other thing. Why did they offer it to him? Why didn't they offer it to Giannis? He's from Greece.
He is from Greece.
You brought up Giannis.
Yeah, you were the one who brought up Giannis.
I said Jokic.
No, I didn't know. You said Giannis.
I did not say Giannis.
Nick,
I promise I didn't say Giannis.
Said Giannis.
Nick,
go back, check the tape. Someone said Giannis.
Check the tape on this.
I'll check the tape.
Here's, if there's one argument for why Jokic would actually consider doing this, it's because he always talks about how much he loves his horses and not living in America and how he wants to go home. Now, he's not from Greece. He's from Slovakia, somewhere over in Eastern Europe. So maybe that's why he would be interested in going and doing this. I don't know. I'm not as willing to say he for sure won't do it, but honestly, Nick, I have no idea.
Serbia.
Good job by saying Jokic.
Serbia, by the way. He's from Serbia, so tough luck for you, Josh.
Oh, oops, my
They
bad.
all look the same
Eastern
to me, says
European country that
Josh.
starts with an S. You got a billion of them.
Finally, fellas, the Hot D Season 3 finale was Sunday night. Josh, are you still ignoring the show? John, what did you think? And with but one season left of Hot D, are we excited to see how it ends?
I am still not watching it. I don't know what did something big happen? I know a few of the people who died at the. Oh, have you not watched it yet either, John?
Oh,
I stopped watching like a month ago.
Wait, are you out on the
who's
show
watched
too?
it all?
It's not. I mean, I've been recording them all. Of course, we got HBO Max, so it doesn't matter. But I don't know. I just haven't decided to start picking up and watching again. I mean, I might eventually, but I'm really not. I'm not like, oh my God, I've got to watch this.
Nick, I know.
Especially now that we're not talking about it here because you're not watching it at all.
Yeah, I know, Nick, of a character who died 2 weeks ago.
Mhm.
So I heard about that, and it seemed like something big happened in the finale, but I still haven't figured it out.
Paige and I have watched it every week, and we even downloaded the last episode so we could watch it on the plane on the way back yesterday.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
Did you do the thing where you watch it with a splitter, or you both watch it on your phone at the same time next to each other?
We watched it on her phone. We just shared earbuds.
Oh, you just did one headphone each?
Yeah.
Oh, Nick, that's
Wow.
terrible.
Then you missed out on all that stuff on the left or right.
Surround
channel.
sound. Yeah, Nick, come on, you can't do that.
It worked.
Okay.
I mean, at some point, I will probably pick up from where I left off, but it hasn't been a priority. When I get home and I'm like, I really do. I want to invest
plus
an
the
hour
Cubs
here.
are playing well.
Well, and do I want to invest an hour? And then I realize, oh, the dog needs to still be walked. So I go take the dog for a walk. I get back, then I watch the end of the Cubs game, and I'm like, not really, not for me. And there's been a lot of good free sprint car racing on YouTube, so I've been watching that. So
Plus,
it's a
you've
lot
been
better
watching
than
your DVR'd World Cup matches. You've been getting caught up on that. John's still in the group stage. He's almost to the knockout round.
Oh, don't tell John who wins.
Yeah,
Oh,
wait until
man,
he sees what happens.
I think Taiwan has a great chance.
That
I think they are.
Egypt-Argentina match is pretty crazy.
Which one?
Egypt-Argentina. No, John. Antarctica does not have a soccer
Antarctica's
team.
not playing.
I think they have like 4 people that live
How
there.
can you have a World Cup and entirely ignore an entire continent?
Well, maybe you need more people there.
All right. Well, there you go. There's content. When we come back, we'll finish up with what's for dinner.
when the moon hits your eye like a big pizza pie. That's
Tortillas. When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
And I think we're going to serve McDonald's, Wendy's, and Burger King.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down.
And I would think that's their favorite food.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them and skin them and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap, tortillas, and we're going to get up. And then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like tortillas, going out to eat.
All right, so the wife decided to cook anyway. I think there's a meal at this thing. I don't really know. I'm not sure. Maybe I'm getting home and eating leftovers tonight, or I'm eating at this function. I'm not really sure.
I'm trying to remember Neil's shindig a few
remember.
years ago. If we ate, I think we ate.
I think we did
sure
too,
that
but
we
that's
ate.
been that's been like 10 years.
It was not 10 years. I
It
was your
4
producer.
years ago.
Yeah.
It was
Was it
2022.
4?
Yeah.
Yeah. Nick was our producer.
Yep.
God, it feels like it was 10 years ago.
Well, that's because Neil retired 10 years ago, and then he retired
That's
8
right.
years
Yeah.
ago, and he retired 6 years
That's right.
ago. Actually, he's still
right.
working.
I think he's about to retire again. I don't know.
Yeah. It sounds like we were just talking about Greece in content, not Giannis. We were talking about Jokic.
People forget.
And it sounds like gyros is on the menu with Greek potatoes tonight. I am pumped.
Not gyros?
Very excited. Not gyros, Nick. Gyros. Also, by the way, many people were wondering about the lasagna soup earlier today, or yesterday rather, for dinner. It was awesome. It was absolutely awesome. So shout out to my wife for delicious dinners on a nightly basis.
You turned lasagna into soup?
You've never had lasagna soup?
I've heard of it, I guess. I'm having trouble picturing it.
Isn't it kind of like just
like a
different
pizza
way
soup.
to phrase a tomato-based soup with like pasta and meat in it, like a tortellini or something? I mean, it is, right? Because it's like all the same ingredients. It's just, hey, we're gonna package this as lasagna soup. There's not like an ingredient in lasagna that's much different from a lot of other Italian soups, right?
That's
or a lot
true.
Of
Yeah,
Italian meals.
That's a good point. By the way, I literally just heard my wife is listening right now. At home, it sounds like on our YouTube stream, and she said no gyros anymore. So dinner, I don't know, is now canceled.
Not gyros or gyros.
I was crazy.
Wow,
It's
no
five-
gyros nor gyros.
What is it, guys? It's 5:53 right now. I'm hungry. My palate was craving gyros. I can't wait to figure out what we're having when I get home. Leftovers. It sounds like leftovers for dinner.
Nice. More lasagna soup.
You know
Hey,
what,
you
Nick?
know what?
We'll have more lasagna soup.
Just rename it spaghetti and meatballs soup, or
Ooh.
or
Baked ziti soup.
baked ziti soup, and you'll be fine.
Last night I made steak and rice. It was very good. I don't know about tonight. I have no clue.
Nice. Nick, you guys did not do the buffer day, right? You were you got home yesterday, and now you're working today.
Yeah, we got home yesterday around 2, so we had a bit of a buffer afternoon, I guess.
Buffer afternoon.
And we kind of used Sunday as our buffer day, right? Because we stayed in Seattle Sunday night, and or Saturday, whatever. We came back Saturday, stayed in Seattle all day Sunday, and then left yesterday. So Sunday was kind of like we didn't leave the hotel. We just kind of
you
hung
were
out in the
gone
pool.
for an entire week, and then the following Monday, I mean, that seems like that's a buffer built in.
Sorta, yeah.
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 There you go.
Cool. Right. Welcome back, Nick. It was great to have you here for the 4 hours of our radio show today.
Glad I could be here for the 4 hours of our radio show.
All right, well, that'll do it. I'll see you next week. Have fun. And
you're gone.
Yeah, bye, John.
Yep, I'm leaving. Get out of here.
Thanks for leaving us.
Cool to see you.
Tomorrow, we have Michael, who's joining us. We have Dave Hellman's going to be on as a guest talking NFL. We'll have another Chiefs training camp update, 25 teams, dumb debates. Get your dumb debates questions in now. Nick and me and Michael Severe. It's going to be a great day.
Sounds awesome.
Nice.
See you later, folks. Have a good one.
Bye.
Bye.